And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Welcome on in. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is the Dragon's Den, uh, where we love to do all things 3D printing, build 3D printers, do all kinds of cool projects, whether they're Blood Angel helmets, other Warhammer 40,000 helmets. We have some Halo helmets, some Star Wars, to death racers and dragsters and other cool prints. So thank you for coming on in. Today we're going to be working on our Voron Trident build and making some more progress. And as you can see, I got the Crimpin' Ain't Easy shirt on from Nero 3D, which means it's a wiring day. So we will be doing electrical work today on the printer. Yeah, we're burning daylight today. Yes, we are. It was, I probably could have gone and streamed at 10, but it would have been a bit of a push to get here and get everything set up, and I would have felt frazzled. So I was like, nope, we'll keep it at 11, and we'll go from there. I did do some things off stream for another upcoming project, which was cut some more extrusions for another Mercury build. Now, I realize that I have more 2040 than I do 2020, so I'm short one 2020 rail for the middle vertical rail, as well as all the vertical upright edges here for the actual enclosure piece. So I will need to order some more rail off of Amazon, but that should be here fairly shortly, and then we'll have another frame to do that build. Welcome on in, and thank you for the follow, A2F4R09. I'm not sure if that means anything in real life. Just let me know. If not, you may be known as A2 going forward, just because it's going to be real easy, and it's a little bit harder to read a bunch of letters and numbers on the screen. But welcome on in, friends and family. I appreciate you coming in today. So yeah, I was cutting the aluminum that I had, the aluminum extrusion that I have from two of my previous D-Bot builds, because I want to do another frame and get another Mercury going. Because why not? That may not be done on stream. That may just be a side project and a slow burn side project. That may go to somebody down the road here. We're also working on a couple of other projects. We've been printing like mad. The parts that we will need for the Omni there we go. The Omni modular display case. So basically you've got sections that you just put them together, add screws and nuts, and it's modular, so you can go ahead and create squares, rectangle size display cases, what have you. And I'm going to go ahead and build one of these. We'll probably do it on stream, do the assembly piece to it. And that way we'll have a display that we can put together and use at shows to show off some of the prints that we've done, as far as either resin prints or miniatures or other busts and things like that we've done over time. We've also got, let me see what else we have. The Rook the Rook kit and the 2020 frame kit for a Rook are on their way from Fabrico. They should be here next week, like Monday or Tuesday. And we'll probably do that as our next build. The plan is build the Rook and then build the Rook 2020. And the Rook 2020, I'll have to self-source some things that I don't already have on hand, but I will build those side by side so we can see the difference between the Rook Mark 1 that I built before any kits were available, so a completely self-sourced one, the Fabrico Rook, as well as a Rook 2020. And my plan will be to bring the Voron 2.4 Fade Dragon here, the Trident that we're building right now, 2 of the Rooks, and which will probably be the Fabrico Rook and the self-sourced one based off the 2020 frame, and some other things of note to Earth at the end of September. So got a lot going on. We've got some Death Racers that are being rebuilt. We're going to try and build the Mechanism version, which is the ones that use the Omni wheels versus the tracks. So you can basically be facing the same direction and just be going forward and then change direction or do like a circle without ever changing the way that you're pointing. It's a pretty cool little design with those Omni wheels. So yeah, that's going to be pretty cool. The dragster, we thought it was the receiver. It wound up not being the receiver. We think it's the transmitter. So there's a new transmitter on order coming in. Once we get that done, we will get the dragster on the road, so to speak, and maybe do some videos of the dragster going down the street. So that'll be pretty cool. And that will, my plan is to bring that to Earth, even if it is just a static display. Yeah, so we'll bring that to Earth, even if it's just a static display. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look and see where we're at. I did see the Free Heathen here. I did see Westery 1 initially. I'm not sure if she's still hanging out or not, or if she had to run out and start doing some farm stuff. But thank you everybody for joining. And let's go ahead and get started. Yep, you're here. You know, I saw you on the other night, Free Heathen, and I wanted to jump over and jump into your stream, but I was just so exhausted. I was just so exhausted. And the reason why we started late today was Miss Dragon was getting on a train today to go up to the Washington D.C. area to do an advocacy conference. So I was trying to spend some time with her before she hit the road. She'll be gone throughout the weekend. I think she comes back on Tuesday, and then later on this month she's going to take off for a trip to Colorado and be gone for probably about 2 months. So just trying to spend some time with her before she takes off on the trip. Yeah, great lawyer and friends. Like that phrase, putting words like that together is kind of weird. Like, I don't know. Not busting on your friends, just, yeah, you know, lawyers. My experience with lawyers, I've never really wanted to have the lawyer relationships that I've had, but you know, that's a good question there, Free Heathen. I'll have to figure that out. One, I need to get my passport, and then once I get my passport, then I can start traveling around some. Hey, Miss Dragon, how are you doing? Okay, what's good to know in case you need assistance? Free Heathen knows a bunch of lawyers in the DC area. Yeah. Gotcha. So let me go ahead and grab the printer and get it up here on the table. Oh, and I'll turn it around so it's facing you all. And you'll say, hey, wait a minute, there wasn't a tool head on there before. Yeah, it's really not. You notice there's stuff missing. It's just sitting there. I did go ahead and attach these two just to make sure that I could figure out how to attach it and how to run the, how to route the wire for our end stop. So I did install the X end stop on here. I wasn't sure if it went on the KIAUH Labs CNC tap if it's screwed in from the back or screwed in from the front. It has to screw in from the front because from the back it fouls out on the actual linear rail carriage and the holes don't line up, so it goes on from the front. So that was good and easy. So once again, we worked on our thermistor wire. We've got our end stop wire that we created, and I just, like I said, installed it with a couple of screws. I believe our hot end wire is going to be good and it'll be able to work. I plugged in the KIAUH Labs sensor cable and realized we've got a standard JST connector here. So we will have to depin this, cut the ends of the pins off, and then re-terminate these with these super stupid crazy small ones. But such is life. Yeah, so with that, like I said, this is just resting there for the time being. No big deal there. It doesn't look like I'm going to get the new file in time with the little dragons on here. So I'm going to have to hit this with a heat gun to get rid of any of the fuzzies that were on there. I've never seen ABS string like this, but it's just kind of those little wispies. And we can start working on this, but we'll do this last after we do the main wiring of the printer. Just because we're going to need to install the NOMI. Oh, and I didn't mention that either. Hey, Chris, how are you doing this morning? I did get my care package in from Chris at KB3D. I say care package, it was stuff that I ordered, which we'll be using today, which is the Linneo Under the Deck wiring kit. So this is great. It's got a lot of cool things in it that just makes doing your under the deck wiring a lot easier. We also got our we got the Tribe Around the World. We got our KB3D sticker that came in with our Big Tree Tech, NAMI. This is the little screen that we're going to install. So we will be going through that as well. Yeah, boxes of stuff are always cool. And of course, we've got the stealth burner that we still need to finish installing when we go ahead and build out our tool head. So these two things will go off to the side for the time being. Love the bags. They're always good to have a few of those around. And we'll get into our wiring kit. And with that, I'll probably switch the camera angle around. So we'll be starting to work down here on the deck and the bench. So it's just a matter of breaking the seal. And seeing what all we have. So if you're around for the 2.4, we use the same type of setup for the 2.4. So these are various zip ties and the bases that you can install to do some wire management. We've got a pin tool that we can use if we need to undo or redo any pins. Power inlet Wagos. This is really nice because even though I just put Wagos in there, this does come with, well, I think, yeah, there we go. It does come with a set of Wagos, so I can just toss these back in my stock. Yeah, it does come with the Wagos. But this is all your initial power inlet wiring, which is one of the first things that we'll use. We'll have wiring for the SSR, various JST connectors for doing the pinouts to the motherboard or the controller board. We've got a bed safety ground wire. We've already run one, so that's no big deal. We have the safety grounds for the bed, the frame, and the DIN rail. The thing that I always like about Linneo is extra wire, which will come in handy later on. Wiring for the PSU, from the controller to the SSR, and then PSU to the controller. So we've got plenty of pre-made wiring that will come in handy here as we go through the build. And actually I need this window. And yes, definitely boxes of stuff. So I hope you're having a good morning, Chris, and it's not too busy. I'm not sure if you're working this morning or not, but if you are, hopefully it's not too busy of a day. Finished the morning cup that got me to the train station. I've got my other Dunkin' Donuts coffee in here, ready to go. Bring up this so I can see it. So the PSU that we installed here came out of another printer, so it's already set to 110. Let me go ahead and flip this over. Okay. Make sure that my camera is good and I don't need to move the camera around. We can double, triple check on the side, and yes, it is set to 110 on this side here. Oh yeah, the delay is pretty bad. Or not bad, but I do have the delay set. Okay. So yeah, we can see a lot. Let me drop it down just a tiny bit more. Okay, so we got our PSU set. Next up is we're going to go ahead and use the wires that we got to do our wiring of our switch, which is up here. Let me just see what all we have. The thing I like about this is you've got them pre-crimped with insulated terminals and they're color-coded to match. And so I'm just looking at the pinouts on my switch and making sure that they're the same. So the ground connector is towards the top as seen in the diagram. And then the 4 connectors on the switch itself are also, I'll say, towards the top. So that all matches up. So we're going to start with the blue wire with the 2 insulated terminals. And we're going to jumper that between the filtered inlet and the, we'll say the bottom left connector on the switch itself. And then we'll take the right one and we're going to go from the filtered switch over to excuse me, the filtered inlet over to the switch. And you'll see for right now, I'm going to take these and just kind of push them down. I'll see about trying to get these out of the way in a little bit. So then coming out of the switch, the blue is over the blue, the red is over the red. Make sure they're seated well. And then our ground goes off of our filtered inlet. And then all of our mains connections, I just realized that, let me do this. And then wait for the delays so I can see if the, yep, I will. So yeah, it doesn't have the power cables for the RS-25, so we'll have to do that. And I don't know why that particular one is so loose. We'll have to work on that. So once again, ground, our neutral, and our live go all the way at the top edge. And then at the bottom, we've got the blue between the filtered inlet and the switch, and the red from the filter inlet to the switch. And then we'll take these wires and go into our Wagos that are underneath that filtered switch. So that'll be the fun part that'll come up here shortly. And by shortly, we mean now. So you'll notice too that we've got neutral, live, and then ground. So neutral is your blue wire, and that's the connectors that'll be sort of underneath the filtered inlet. The red or the live will go straight down into the Wagos that's underneath the switch, and then your ground is over here on the top edge of your view. So I don't want to make these too tight, but I don't want to keep all of this length here either, because it's just, you know, they make these so that they work whichever size you're using. So if you're doing a 350, you probably need a little bit larger. I'm just going to try and make a good estimate here about where I want to cut these. Okay, Westry, we'll see you in a few minutes. I'm going to do about the same length for the red, or excuse me, in this case, brown. Say red, I don't know why I keep saying red and then it's brown. Because I'm used to it being red and black actually versus that. And these are 0.75 millimeters squared, which I believe that would be 18 gauge or 20 gauge, one of the two. We'll find out soon enough. These are going into Wagos, 18 gauge. And it's always good to have a Wago near you that you can measure. Right on the side, it'll have a measuring tool that shows the 11 millimeters that you need to have. And it's kind of important to get that, because if it's too short, then you stand the risk of clamping down on the insulation versus the wire, and that won't give you a good connection. And if you're too long, then you actually will have exposed wire and you could lead to a short. So then I twist these wires, and we're going to go into the, I'll say the side closest to the corner on our Wagos. If you wind up stripping a little bit too much, don't worry about it. Just use your snips and clip off the end, and the end of the tip of the wire there. Just make sure that you may see me do it where I go, oh, I need to snip something. One, I twist my wire, and that will shorten the length up just a little bit. And if you go to snip, get it on your snips. And then what I always do is put my finger over the top and cut it in such a way that the pieces will stay right in this trough on your, if you've got a good set of snips like this. So you've got your finger over it, that you keep those in the trough, and then you can go and dump it directly out in the garbage. The last thing you want to be doing is be sitting here and just go snip, because these tiny ends of wire are going to shoot everywhere. And one, it could short a piece of electronics out later on, or two, your Mark I eyeballs. If you get one of these in your Mark I eyeballs, you're going to have issues, and you only get one set of Mark I eyeballs. And you want to take care and protect those Mark I eyeballs. Make sure that that wire gets all the way in there, and then close the Wago on it. And then do your pull test to make sure that it's good. And things are going to get tight right here in this corner as we start installing everything. But I promise you, it all works. What I'm going to possibly do is move my little tool chest and put it down on the ground. And this stuff. And that'll give me the ability to move this back a little bit more, and we might be able to get some better angles now that I can move some things around. Hopefully that'll help. So right here is where we've been working. Okay, now we're going to work on our ground planes. Hey, Shenanigans, how are you doing this morning? Welcome in, welcome in. So we're going to look through our little packages here and see where we're looking for the grounds that go to the frame in the PSU. So I believe it's this package here. And that was the blip. Hopefully we don't get too many of those today. We do have potential for weather today. Let me take a quick gander and see. I know it was coming in. Okay, it looks like it's later in the day. So hopefully we don't have any more issues. Okay, so We've got 3 different links here. We've got the bed, the frame, and the den rail. We've run a ground all the way to our bed, so we're just going to bring that down and over. So we just need to kind of figure out where our length would be. We can cut this off. We'll terminate this. And then we'll have one that goes to our SSR. And the SSR, since it's connected to a metal bracket and then to the den rail, and in essence grounds our den rail. And I see that we just had another disconnect, reconnect. So I'm not sure what's going on with the network today, or if it's just an OBS thing. Upper New Jersey was gloomy. Yeah, it's kind of that way all over. I didn't actually do this one. So we also need to terminate this one, which is the main ground, and it's going to go to the left side here. So I'm just going to try and figure out wire length. All right, folks, I apologize for the constant network drops. I'm not sure what's going on. Because it does not look like there's weather out and about me right now, but that does not mean that we don't have, random power issues or whatever. The last time my network went out for a long period of time, we had like 3 blips back to back in the power, and it wound up that our house power came up, but it's like an old general store right down the street at the front of our neighborhood, and that's where the point of presence is for our Windstream. And yeah, apparently that building did not get power, or the power went out and didn't come back up. And so that's what I mean about when you're trimming those wires, just to make sure that you have that covered so you don't get those little shards flying everywhere. You really don't want to get a sliver of wire in your eye. That would be very, very bad. I'm just going to loop this around underneath, bring it up in, make sure it's pushed all the way in, close it, give it a tug. All right, so that one's done. We've got our ground for our bed. So we're going to bring this around and plug it in. I'm going to put that one right next to the other one. And this is the direct ground that goes all the way up to our actual heated bed. Your whole Twitch app failed. Okay, well, and that's the other thing too, is it might not be, it might not even be on my end. It could be something with OBS. It could be something with Twitch itself. Hey, good morning, 3D Medic Fence. How are you doing today? We've got our Crimpin' Ain't Easy shirt on because we're working on our wiring today. So we need to run a ground connection for the RS-25, and I can tell you just from experience on the last build, these ring connectors that they provide do not fit on the RS-25 5. So that may be fun. We'll need one of these to go to the SSR, one to the main power supply, and one to the RS-25. All the wires here, I believe I have to fabricate. They're not in the actual kit. Lunatic Werewolfy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Just looking through here because I tend to do things slightly different. Yep. Needed to grab my screwdriver. And our ground is here. And because these are round terminals, you have to take the screw all the way out to get them on there, which is always a joy. Royal Nomi, how are you doing this morning? Hope you're doing well. Getting my different wires laid out so I know what I'm looking at. Initiator controller, controller to SSR, power supply. Good, good, good. Hey, Timora, how you doing? Having popcorn and alert. Awesome. Awesome. Well, welcome in. So with everything, when we do our ground wires, we'll just need to figure out, about how long to make them so that we can route them nicely and keep them out of the way. Like I said, they make these long for different builds because these would have to work with the 250, the 300, and the 350 builds. So it's just easier for them to make them all the same size, and you can cut them as needed. Just a little bit of tug and make sure that it connects in well. And like I said, I'm almost 100% sure that these don't fit on here. If it doesn't, I'll just cut the end off and use a spade terminal. It won't be a round one, but I'll use a spade one. And yet that one's not going to fit in at all. So how's everybody doing this morning? Hope everybody's doing good. Hey, Subsector, how are you doing? Long time no see. We are in wiring mode. Doing a quick search because I thought I had one or two, but I'm not seeing them. So we'll go with the standard forked connector. Hey, Photosment, how are you doing this morning? Man, everybody's coming in. Subsector, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, hold on a second. Subsector gifted a sub to Royal Nomi and to Shenanigans. Oh, wow. Thank you, Subsector. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Let me actually double check. I thought I saw another one there. Yeah, so one for 3D Medic Vents, one for Royal Nomi, one for Shenanigans, one for Photosmet. Wow. Okay, thank you so much, Subsector. That is awesome. Hope you are doing well and staying as cool as you can in the wonderful, wonderful Texas heat. And another one to Free Heathen. Holy heck. Goodness gracious, Subsector, what you doing to me here? Thank you so much. So these forked connectors, they're tight, but if you kind of put them in there at an angle and then twist them down and they'll go flat, and then you can just tighten up the screw on it. And you'll probably see me do the plus and minus wires this way as well. And then I'll put it back on the DIN rail just because it's going to be easier to do it this way. And I tend to run my wires from the bottom up on these because if you go from the top, then they're going to stick up and just be a little bit more in the way and not as easy to try and, I'll say, hide and get out of the way. So I'll get me some lengths of blue and some other color. And we use an 18 gauge on this. So you just roughly go with about the same length as the other one. We'll cut it shorter if we feel we need to make the wiring look a little nicer in that corner. With that, let's go ahead. I guess use, let me look here. One of these is probably supposed to be the load to the SSR, and then load and neutral or protected earth to the, not protected earth, neutral to the big one. Okay. I think we'll be able to work and use that. So bring my diagram back up. Oh, wow, Subsector. So another one for Humbler John. Thank you so much, Subsector. Wow, that is, I appreciate it. I really do. I really do appreciate you giving all those subs out. Hey, good morning, Ash. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? So I wanted to come over here. Yeah, so we're going to need red or load to everything. So my load side is down here, is over here for this one. So we'll bring the load in here, and then the bed will connect, the load side of the bed connects here. So I'm going to loosen this screw, get one of my red connectors underneath that. Tighten it down. And this is where I'm going to take and figure out how much wire I'm going to need. Decent guesstimate. Cut that. And now guess what? I've got the red wire I'm going to need for my other one. Just like that. So I hope everyone's doing good this nice Saturday morning, early afternoon. I appreciate you all bearing with me as I got a little late start today as Mrs. Dragon was getting on a train to go up to the DC area. I know as Royal Nomi puts it, it gave her a chance to sleep in and not miss so much of the stream. Yes, yes. Hype, 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 Subsector. Thank you so much for all the hype. I appreciate it. Thank you for all of the gifted subs. I know me, as well as everybody that you gifted a sub, was happy. Oh, I missed something there. You guys are killing me. So Subsector gifted out a bunch of subs, and now she's gifted out 100, or she cheered 100 bits. Thank you, Subsector. And Fotis Mint gave out 5 gifted subs. And let's see, we've got Milius, Daddy Wazzy, the creator, Don 4IR, Harley Ryder, and Hutch's Makerspace all got gifted subs from Fotis Mint. Thank you so much, Fotis. Wow, that was awesome. Yeah, you missed it, Chris, and you just resubbed Thursday. So holy crud. Holy crud. Go back And Westery now cheered 100 bits. Oh, wow. Are you trying to get a hype train going there, Westery? Oh, we're close. We're close. We're almost to a hype train. So this one is, the one from our SSR is going to go into the middle connector for the load side. So we're just going to get that going in, give it a good tug, make sure that it's nice and solid and out of the way. And then we'll take the other side of our connector and we'll pop a spade terminal on it so that we can get it hooked up to our RS-25.5. Later, what? Did Fotis do a hit and run on me? Oh, wow, we did get a hype train started. All right, well, let's go ahead. Let's hype it up. Thank you for the cheered bits, Westery, for the 100 biddies. Thank you, Chris at KB3D, for 400 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits, Royal Nomi. Another 100 cheered by Subsector. Wow, thanks, everybody. I appreciate all the bits and subs. They're never required, but always appreciated. Awesome, and we're what, level 3 in our hype train. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Thanks, everybody. Another 100 bits from Subsector, another 100 bits from Royal Nomi. Let's keep this hype train going. Let's go. Hype it up. Hype it up. So Subsector, I know you weren't on here Thursday night, or at least I don't believe you were on the stream Thursday night. But, oh, okay, what is that, Royal Nomi? I have no idea how many that was. What was it at? 45. Cheer one, 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 cheer one. Awesome. Thanks for the 45, Royal Nomi. I don't know if there's any significance there or not. Cheer one, 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 cheer one. Yeah, I get that, Subsector. Life has been busy. So what I was going to go there, so reg goes to the load side. Make sure we put this in the right place, otherwise things go sparky spark. Oh, that was all you had left? Gotcha. So yeah, I am going to start streaming on Thursday nights now as well. So I will be streaming Tuesdays, Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. Today was kind of an anomaly because Mrs. Dragon needed to get to the train station this morning. Here we go. Exactly. Thank you for using your last biddies on me. That was so nice of you. That was so nice of you. I hope you're able to stay cool for all my folks that are in Texas that are dealing with the high heat. And I also understand that Pez Liz has had some pretty high heat up in Canada, so I don't know how your weather's doing up there. Thank you for the other 600 bits, KB3D Chris. I appreciate that. Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100. You guys are going to work on me, aren't you? Yeah, so thank you very much for that, Chris. I appreciate it. Once again, bits and subs are never required, but definitely appreciated and help out with all the cool things that we're doing on stream and helps me bring things to the stream. And I use the revenue from the stream to do things like buy the new wireless mic. This really helped and kept me from killing myself running around in the Dragon's Den as we're doing these builds. And oh yes, yes. How about this? Well, Nomi found my coffee dragon, so we are definitely going to continue to drink some coffee this morning. But you're cutting down your wheat today? Awesome. Awesome. So for those of you that don't know, Free Heathen uh, had some spontaneous wheat that started growing in one of his pots on his things. No hype train shown on mobile. That seems like a big miss. Yes, yes, it did. But thank you everybody for all the bits and subs and I think what is this? We got to 55% on a level 3 hype train. We had a total of 6 gifted subs during the hype train and 1,545 bits. So thank you everybody. Much love. I appreciate that. That was awesome. Yeah, so it's weird the things that you get to see on, well, and it's different too, depending on if you're mobile on a phone versus mobile on a tablet. Because the options and stuff that you have for trying to do chat and text messages, as well as how to get to your bits and everything, is a completely different between if you're on a phone and if you're on, like in my case, an iPad. So it's really weird. But thank you all so much for all the subs and the bits. I appreciate you're helping bring new people in or giving people direct subs so that they can get out of all the ads and stuff like that. I really appreciate you helping to grow the community like that. So I am going to switch the view back and kind of look at the diagram so I don't screw anything up here when I work on putting these in. So our neutral will go into the center one. So I'm just going to try and figure out a decent curve here and about how much we're going to use. Because once again, the leftovers will get reused down here on our RS-25, which would require a short run anyhow. So that's always nice. So I didn't need to cut that little bit that I did, but so be it. But yeah, that's the nice thing with the Linneo kits is even though it's pre-terminated and stuff, there's enough length in those cables that I'm able to reuse it for the smaller one, or reuse the stubs of the cable for the RS-25, which would be a smaller run anyhow. Hey, Creatix Brit, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well on this fine Saturday morning. Did you go down to the bodega or the donut shop and get yourself some coffee and donuts this morning? So we'll work on getting this done. We're working on the electronics and doing some initial wiring for the electronics here. Um, and you just missed a big hype train, Creatix Brit. We had Subsector come in with, I think it was about 6 total gifted subs, and Photo Cement dropped 5 gift subs. And then we had 1,500 bits that were dropped on the channel. So everybody was trying to break me this morning. Yep, you missed a bit of the party. It's all good. We'll get another one again sometime soon, I'm sure. But Miss Dragon got off on her train this morning, safe and sound. She did text me and say that she's left Raleigh and is on her way up to um, the Virginia, DC area. So she is off for a weekend conference and another trip up to see uh, people in Congress. So I was in the military for just under 18 years, and she spent more time in DC than I ever did in the military. Go figure, huh? Loop this one around, and then our Wago connector. Make sure it's pushed in all the way. Close the connector. Give the little tug, little pull. Make sure that it's doing good, and it is in there. So now all we have left is going to be our RS-25.5 here. So go ahead and get that put back on here and figure out what kind of links we're going to need. And they're going to be short. Don't really need a lot for these. And you can keep these long and just kind of stuff the wires around. I just like to try and keep my wire runs as short as possible and as neat as possible. If you know me, you guys are really going to hit me in the feels here if you're not careful. And I ugly cry, by the way. Now comes the fun part. Big hands, small tight places. That's good. So you're from DC, Britt? Okay. I did not know that. I knew you as the New York girl, but from DC. Yeah, I was born and raised in Florida. Joined the Air Force and went through the military and processing at in Tampa, and got to go all over the world. So Florida boy, born and raised. First duty assignment was Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage, Alaska, which is now a joint base. It's Joint Base Richardson. Because there's an Army base right there. Yeah. Hey, good morning, Chewy. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us this fine morning. I'm just trying to do wiring, which involves taking big fingers and trying to shove them in small places. At least this is silicone wire. If it was like solid core wire, it would be a real pain in the butt. But it's silicone wire, which is a little bit easier to work with. Stranded silicone at that. Okay, 2 down, 1 last one to go, and this one's going to come up in this general vicinity. And on this one, I think I'm just going to leave it the length that it is. Yeah, so I was born in Florida. First duty assignment was in Anchorage, Alaska. Then I went down to Sacramento, California, to a base that's no longer there. Got my first opportunity to go over to Saudi Arabia. Fun time. And then went to Ohio. Went over the desert again while I was in Dayton, Ohio, out at Wright-Patterson. And then went to Tucson, Arizona, out to Davis Monthan Air Force Base. Went from there to Germany, spent 6 years in Germany, and then came back to Colorado Springs. So I've kind of feel like I've been everywhere, man. Kind of feel like I can sing that song. I decided not to leave well enough alone, and I'm going to try and route cables even in a weirder way. Hey, Westery. Glad you're back. Okay, so this now has all of our mains wiring completed up in this corner. Hope everybody can see. And I'll actually bring you in for a closer visual so you can kind of see just how tight and fiddly and finagly it is. But this winds up being all of your mains power. So the only other thing that we've got to do mains power side would be to run our load for our heated bed to the SSR, and then everything mains power is done. Everything else from here on out will be 24 volt going towards the front of the printer. So there we go. We will have a little bit of excess wire here. The smaller strands we'll throw away, but the somewhat larger ones here we'll go ahead and keep. You never know when you can use these, especially some good ground wire. Throw those over there. Time for some coffee. Yeah, I kind of went all over the place in the military. So yeah, so our load wire for the bed, right? That was one of the things that we should have done, I think, a little bit further up here when we were doing the bed wiring. I think it showed us where to do it. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's coming up. Sorry for the rapid scroll down there. Oh, there we are. So we've got our ground wire, which we've already looped around and plugged into ground. We've got our thermistor wires. And what we'll do is we'll kind of check where our thermistor is. And if we can get there from here, which I don't think we will, so we'll have to extend this. And my plan will be to route it right around the backside of the motor and down and around the edge. So I'll add some good length to this so we can bring it around and, down around the base. Move the camera a little bit more. We'll take these wires, we'll bring them down around and just run them around the side and then bring them back up and terminate them. It'll be somewhere in here. So we will need to extend these out. This is, once again, the load. So this is going to come right in and go straight over into the load here. So we don't need to give it much. So we'll just give it a little bit like that. Cut the end off. And the load, remember when we were doing the bed, I colored somewhat with a Sharpie one of the wires, and that was indicative that that is the load side of the heated bed, and that's the side that goes into the SSR. So we come out of the SSR into the load side, which will go through our ceramic fuse at the underside of the bed and then go into the bed. And then the return line is the line that this one here, which will go over into the neutral. So this one's going to get a hook connector on it, so we don't need to give it a crazy amount of we don't need to strip a crazy amount. And once again, that's fiberglass. So if you're lucky, it doesn't shred out. If you're not lucky, it shreds out and you wind up having to play, with cleaning up that wire edge some. So we'll go ahead and get this ready. So Westery, how are the dogs? Did they get cleaned up and allowed back in the house yet? For those of you that don't follow Westery on the socials, give her a follow. You won't regret it. She does some little comedy clips on Twitter and Instagram that goes like this. Buy a farm, they said. It'll be fun, they said. And it's all about the weird trials and fun stuff that happens on a farm. And it's hilarious. So apparently her dogs decided that, it was a hot day. So they wanted to stay cool. So they just laid down and played in the mud and tried to keep cool on the mud. And the look on Westery's face was priceless. She was not too happy that the dogs decided to do that. Okay, so we're just going to figure out a decent length here for the other one, and this is going to go into the neutral, not the ground side loop. So make sure to figure out the right loop. And we're going to just cut that down, and now we'll need 11 millimeters of wire exposed. And because this frays so easily, I'm really going to try and pre-measure this one, so when I cut it, it's about the right size that I'm going to need. This is going to go down into our neutral. So we've run our ground. So the ground's there. This is going to be our neutral. So we'll just need to put that up, loop this around. I'll give you a shout out in a second too. I need to do a bunch of shout outs actually. For everybody. Let me get that in there. Okay, so that's done. That's done. So we've got our neutral, our load, and our ground for the bed. We'd just be left with the thermistor that we'll have to work on. Like I said, we'll have to extend those wires out. I think we're doing. And we ran our own bed ground, but they did give us some other, another ground cable for that. Now we still need to ground our SSR, and it talks about grounding it under the same spot as the ground for the main power supply. And then we'll need to run a ground out to the frame still. We need to figure out a good place to do that. Because you want to ground that directly to the aluminum frame. So I'll figure out a good place to do that one. And what we'll do is grab this short little piece here that we had, and I'll put a spade at this end so we can connect it here, put another spade at this end, and what we'll do is we'll just double this one up with spade connectors. And when you double them up with the spade connectors, give me a second and I'll show you something real fast. So the Amazon guy just delivered. Yay, we got more boxes and more stuff. And I may want to run out and grab that just because it's got a bunch of ABS in it. And I don't want it sitting out on the front porch as the sun comes around and starts shining on it. Okay, so when you clamp your fork connectors or any of the connectors that you crimp like this, you'll notice that the metal connector is offset, right? So what you'll do is, rather than try and do them this way, you'll flip one over and you'll do it so that the offsets are joined like that. That makes sense. So now I've got this side done. I'm going to loosen this ground. Which is a ring terminal. So I need to take this one and set it behind it. I have to loosen it a little bit more. I should have enough room that I can set this behind it. And I just need to make sure that it's shoved all the way down so that it's come on, work with me. Yep. Put it all the way down so it's in there. Then we can tighten it back up. So we've got this one doubled up, and we'll just figure out our loop here that we need for the other side. Just shook the mud everywhere. Well, I mean, that is kind of what dogs do, right? I mean, we say we domesticated them, but did we really? Or did we just adjust to them? Like cats. Cats are like, you're going to do, feed me, and if you don't, I'll feed myself. No worries there. But I think our dogs have us trained to care for them. I mean, look at Westering. He actually prepares the stream for Mia. And that's actually a hex head in 4x6. Apparently is a 2.5 and not a 3mm driver. So you just bring that around, get it underneath the screw head, tighten things back down. So there's your ground for your SSR and everything else. So we're good there. The only other thing we have left to do would be to extend the wires out for our thermistor, which we'll do a little bit later. Okay, so now what's next? Running the power cables to our actual controller board would be next. So we've got a PSU to controller packet here, which gives us 2 positives, 2 negatives, and as you can see, they're properly terminated with ferrules and spade connectors. Now, unfortunately, on the Octopus board, we've got terminals, so we're going to have to go ahead and cut these nice ferrules off, which makes me sad, but we'll do it because we've got 2 connections on the Octopus board that we'll need to make. And it's going to be for the motors and for the controller itself. So what we'll do is we'll just start off by getting our wires done up here. Now, as we were talking about on the previous stream, one of the things that we could do as well is bring these over to a set of Wagos over here and then split everything out of Wagos. I don't think we need to do that for this particular build, though we'll see. We might have to. And if we do, what we'll do is we'll take one set to the motor side, because that's the side that will pull the most juice. And then the other side will go into the Wagos that'll get peeled off. But we'll see how we do it. Okay, so we've got 2 positive, we've got 2 negative there. What is this? Wants us to run a negative. Okay, so it wants us to run one of our negatives over to the RS-25/5, one of the negatives to the Pi, and one of the negatives over to the controller board. That's where I'd have to create another one to do the negative up to the RS-25/5, which I think is a little weird, but I kind of see what they're going. It's just trying to keep one common negative for everything. So I do see where they're going there. Because I'll be using smaller gauge up here, I'll take one of these to the... No, we'll take both of these to the controller. We'll do it the standard way I normally do it. Okay. That'll be the 5-volt for the Pi. And then here they show you doing a bunch of loops over here. So, yeah. Positive, negative, positive, negative. I hate doing the loops like that, just because I think it's a pain in the butt, number one. And I just prefer to just do a Wago and then make the connections as I need to, but And so I'm just going to work my way through this methodically. I'm going to go one connector at a time. And when you're doing wiring, make sure that you've had a good day's sleep, that you're fresh, that you're not coming into it frustrated, and things like that. Because if you're tired, you make mistakes. And I, for one, have done that fairly recently. Can't remember which build it was on, but I plugged the UTC, which is supposed to get 24 volts. Plug that into mains. So passing 110 volts to a 24 volt item, it kind of doesn't like it too much. So make sure you just have a clear mind, and you're not trying to do it with a bunch of things on your mind, and you'll be fine. You do want to make sure that your connections are pushed all the way in and your screws are very tight. So if you have to, you see me putting my hand behind here to provide some support, because these DIN rails and stuff, they move around. It's kind of flimsy. So just support them as you're doing your connections, and you'll be fine. The subsector, if you're still on here, how's the driving going and work stuff? Because like you said, you've been pretty busy. I hope you've been doing well and not running yourself too ragged. And I hope I get a chance to see you at Earth. So, as I mentioned on a couple of streams, I will be going to Earth. Evil Diesel and I will be traveling up there and bringing several printers and death racers and some other stuff with us. It was so nice to finally meet people like Westery and stuff in real life at Murph. And so I'm hoping I get an opportunity to meet a few other people at Earth. Like I know I met Britt for the first time at Murph a year or two ago. I doubt if she remembers me, but I did meet her. Along with Joel Telling and a lot of other people. So yeah, those shows are really cool to be able to get to see people face to face that you see on streams all the time, but you never really get to meet in person. And Chris, I'm trying to remember, will KB3D be having a booth out at Earth? Okay, and now's a chance just to take a look. You want to be going red, black, and I am red, black. Probably could have cut these a little bit shorter just so I could have zip tied them a little bit easier, but I will put like a zip tie on these just to be able to make them look a little bit nicer. No, I could have cut these a lot shorter to do that. But yeah, and once again, the other two here are for power for the bed and then the bed out, but we won't need those because we're going to use the SSR, and we're going to connect the SSR off of one of the heater inputs. Uh-oh. Yeah, I would assume the train horn is going to make a lot of noise because you're going to be going through a lot of, I think they have to blow it every time they go across a road. So that would be fun. Now you're chilling dogs sitting across the street. Okay. Mrs. Dragon, I don't know if you've been following along the whole time, but we did get a hype train and got 55% through a level 3 hype train. And I think we've had a total of 11 gifted subs and a little over 1,545 bits cheered. So we got some love earlier today. So the other thing that it shows on this particular page, I'm just going to go back real fast. Yeah, okay. The other thing it shows on this page is the bed thermistor and where it comes in at, and the Z in stop. We will not be plugging the Z in stop into the Octopus board down here because it's the Z in stop is being replaced by the Voron tap, or in this case the Chaotic Labs CNC tap. Oh yeah, Westry, and yeah, thanks Ash. I appreciate that. Thanks for all the love and the hype and everything. It's great. I appreciate it. All right, going. Yeah, the dragons are real hard to see on a black background, aren't they? We've got to work on that a little bit. Oh yeah. So what I'm going to do now that we've got the basic wiring, I'm actually going to flip this over on its back. So let me make sure I got things out of the way before I do this. Now that we're done working in this area and this area, and we're going to start working up here. One, this is going to slide over some. So yeah, I probably will go back in and re-terminate these and just make them shorter jumps. But we'll leave it that way for now. But I was trying to get in here and see. Oh, that was the gantry moving back. I was like, what was that sound? I need to go in here and figure out. The board that it's showing is, I believe, an Octopus, but I'm seeing different connectors on this board than what's shown in this diagram. So I need to take a look at the actual Big Tree Tech Octopus diagram. And really see the pinout. Okay, so we're going to have to double check this wiring because I wired it up the way that the manual was showing, where it's going in at these lower ones. But now I'm thinking that that's probably wrong because if I remember right, the motors are always up here, but they don't have them listed on here like they did on the Manta. So it's a good thing that we checked over here, because it looks like this bottom one would actually be the one going to the bed. So this is probably the bed in and then the bed out. So we'll need to, what I'm trying to do is find the actual yeah, I believe these all need to move up to the top here. Same order, they just get moved up to the top. And this is why I say it's always, I mean, you're following a manual, but it's always, always, always best when you're looking at your wiring to double check. And I always try and have the printout diagram available. And in my case, I've got it. So the octopus pinout diagram, yeah, Chewy, I've got it pulled up on a web browser, and I had to do it on a web browser and make it extremely large because the pinout diagram is like stupid crazy small if you try and print it out on a standard sheet of paper. So okay, so there's our power that way. So that's good to know. Yeah, you're supposed to follow the manual. But yeah, let me switch from my PDF over to Chrome, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So you see that little diagram down there? That's why I've got it at like a 400% stretched out over my desktop. So when I do this, I kind of lose sight of chat. But even at this, the writing on this diagram, both with the color, the colors are bad, so bad on this diagram. It really is. And that doesn't help trying to read this either. Yeah, it's motor connectors, power connectors for the board, bed in, bed out. And what I'm trying to do is find the thermistor connectors, which are these pins, these sets of pins right here in the middle. So I could potentially get there, but it's going to be tight. So like I said, I'll probably want to extend this for neatness, just run it around, bring it up, bring it in probably right here and jumper it in, because I'll have fans right over here as well that'll come in and jumper into the fans. So I'll be able to basically create like one little bundle that goes right here in the middle between these. So we will be doing that. And I think what I'll want to do is I'll come back to that in just a minute or two. Mouse, where'd my mouse go? There it is. Hey, Jerry 3DHP, how are you doing, my friend? Did I see your note, Timur? Did you whisper me or did you? Um, so give me a second, Timur, and let me roll back up and chat a little bit here. I got some hype. The hype train. Correct. Now, the notes specifically state the only difference between the V1 and the V1.1 was they fixed the silk screening because there was some bad silk screening on the version 1s. There shouldn't be any difference between the V1 and the V11 as far as the actual pinouts go. Oh, that stinks, Miss Dragon. Yeah, I'm looking at the GitHub right now, but yeah, because on the other ones, let me see if I've got, yeah. So see, I like printing these out. So like this is the SKR Mini E3V3. That's the Creality one. I like printing these out so they're easy to see. This is the Pico board, the SKR Pico board, right? I print them out so they're easy to see. But when you do the one for the octopus, it's that ugly like yellow and green, and it's so light, it's way too hard to see. And I did not see your note. Oh wait, you were talking to Chewy, not me, Timur. Sorry about that. Yeah. So how's it going, Jerry 3DHP? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Kit Skyfire, thank you for coming in. Oh, secret stuff to Chewy. Okay, I got you, Timur. Being all sneaky. Yeah, that's the thing. Like to do this one justice, I would have to print it out on at least 8.5 by 14, but I would probably want to go like 11 by 14 just because the writing is so small. And then the colors are killing me because for those of you that don't know, I'm red-green colorblind or color deficient. So when you get that light green and then yellow on top of it that are done in a lot of fuzzing diagrams like that, it gets like it hurts my head to try and look at it. Um, so a basic build of a Voron, like this one here, could probably be, I want to say around like 20-ish hours. Like it definitely takes a lot more time when you're talking and explaining things to everybody on a stream. But yeah, it's not really that bad. Oh yeah, I'm talking about without needing the time to print parts. Like if you've got a print board kit, or best off, you print all your parts ahead of time, and then you get all you get your kit or whatever, and you start building. You can put them together in about 20-ish hours. But if it's your first time building, it's going to take a while. Um, the what am I thinking of? So like if you're building a Voron, build the size that you need. Okay. Like I've got a large printer. It's not enclosed. I may still enclose it, and that's my, it was an Ender 5 that I've converted to a 0G Mercury 1 downstairs. And the bed on that is 370 by 370. So huge bed. I can do full-size helmets on it, no problem. My 2.4 and this build are 300 by 300. I think it's 300 by 300 by 270 is the Trident size. So I'm assuming they're all like 270. But that gets you pretty much everything you need for the most part. If you need bigger than that, then yeah, you'll probably go custom and build something bigger than that. But the thing, especially with an enclosed printer, size also means larger volume of your chamber. And you're trying to print ABS or PC or other things that require a heated chamber. So, you know, you get into a case of, okay, I want to go larger and do large prints. Well, how often are you going to do those large prints? If it's constant, then yeah, get a big printer. If not, then it might be worth getting a 300 size printer and having to cut the model into smaller pieces and then put it back together afterwards if you can, or finding a buddy that can print a large size one-offs that you do once or twice a year, because you're having to deal with heating that chamber up. And you go, okay, well, I went from a 300 to a 350. That's really not that big. Look at volume, not area, right? Because you remember you're doing an XYZ. So the overall volume of that chamber is now way bigger, and you're trying to heat that up and trying to get an ambient temp into the 40s or 50 Cs, even higher if you're doing true, you know, like plain polycarbonate. And it's just a never-ending battle there, trying to get things heated up. Okay, so we will have to go back and forth a little bit as we continue on in our assembly. We know that we need to do our thermistor. We will have to extend these wires out, like I said, to make the jumper well, and we'll do that in a little bit. We know our Raspberry Pi is going to plug in over here as well. Okay, now we're going to do the A and B wires, and I did reprint these. I wound up reprinting these clips at 110% on the X and Y, so that they fit in and they were snug. So if you're using a Tensor B stock frame, you're going to have to increase the size of your clips. Like you can see, we'll move this one up. You'll see what I mean. Wait for my camera to adjust. There we go. So you can see how easy this slides around. It shouldn't be sliding that easily. It should be a nice tight fit, but it's sliding because of the depth in the channel. It's not able to grab, because it's basically a hammer style T-nut there. These will work. I may look at how to adjust these again and reprint them if I need them to. Really, in this case, I'm using it to provide support to the deck on the front, because there's nothing that keeps the deck from bending down if these aren't in place. So yeah, so it's like I need to get another one over here just to provide some support to keep the deck from getting pushed down and in. So, and I printed these out at the same 110, but then it actually, it seemed to push up the deck. So I've got to figure out how to get these in here and get them tight without deforming the deck up. So yeah, and building's not for everybody, Fotis. A lot of people like the printers. If you don't like building, one thing that you can do and ask Ian Douglas. There's a company that makes, I think it's called Trident, and it's basically a semi-assembled Voron 2.4. Okay, it's a Trident version 2.0, and it's basically a pre-assembled or mostly assembled Voron 2.4. So that may be an option for you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start getting prepped for our motors and plugging in our motors. So what we're going to do, we've got our little cable ties set up, 3 on each side. On this side, we're going to have one motor that comes down and goes in. And on the other side, we're going to have the motor, the Y end stop, and then we'll also wind up getting our umbilical through here, and we'll add that a little bit later. So let me grab my zip ties. And our motor cables. Oh, there you go. Thank you for throwing that link in there, Chewy. Yeah, so it talks about the plugging in your cables now. So I'm just going to grab these. So the 4-wire JST is the one that goes into the board. So this is the connector that needs to feed through here. You should have just enough to wiggle it through. Maybe, possibly. There we go. I'm just going to shove it down in there, pull it through. And then your other side has the, I believe it's a microfit connector. Yeah, the microfit 3 that will clip in. You'll have a little tab that the latch will clip onto. So you'll go ahead and connect these up. And then we'll be able to connect these down here. Now you can either do like this, which wouldn't give it much room, or we'll slide this up a little bit more. And that way we'll be able to give it a little bit of slack up there. And then we'll just lace it down nicely. And if you really wanted to, you could put some cable sleeving on here to cover the wires up. I've got some, it's the split loom cloth style, like you would use on a Prusa. So I may wind up throwing some of that on here down the road. So I'm going to take and get my JST connector down through on this side. Pull that around. Yeah, the Trident would be something along the lines more of a, say a little bit more traditional, like putting together a Prusa where it's mostly assembled and it's just a little bit left for you to assemble. And then you've also got a few other opportunities or options like that as well. Oh, well, that's slick, Luke. So I wire wrapped this, and apparently, or wire wrapped it. I twisted this on itself, and apparently the end that I twisted was also the end that I soldered to the, or you know how you kind of wrap it in amongst itself? Yeah, apparently the side that I did that with is the side that's connected to the end stop. So that was awesome. And these are purposely pretty long so that I can route them internally underneath the deck. So I'm just going to take and feed these through. Try to get both of them. But yeah, I get it, Fotis. Not everybody likes to build. A lot of people just like to print or design or, do things like that. And if you're going to do that, if you want to do the split loom, your split loom's really not going to go over this piece that much. I would suggest then pulling that up sort of like this and starting your split loom right here, because that way it'll reduce the visibility on this because of the Y carriage. And that way you'll be able to, just make it as sleek and nice looking as possible. But we're also going to have to bring our umbilical cable through here. So I'll have to hold off on doing a split loom on this side. So I'll probably leave this one semi loose. Oh, zip ties. Once again, we're just making sure that everything has some English sometimes, strain relief on it, and that we're not kinking wires or pinching wires, because a pinched wire will lead to additional fatigue over time, or outright just break a wire if it's this tiny FEP wire. Okay, that side's done. Do the other side. And once again, I'm just going to take this and kind of push it up so the connector's above here. And that way it will be kind of out of the way, and I'll be able to run the cable sleeving on it. In fact, I'll hold off for the time being because I may add lights to this. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to add like lights to the rail or not. So if I do, I'll get back in here anyhow to add lights, and they'll be up here at the top, and they'll just run right down through the back there. Yeah, it's a Voron inspired Core XY. And there are a lot out there. Like if you look at the Mercury 1, 0G Mercury 1, especially with the Hydra, it's very much like a Trident, but it's just built on the size platforms of the Creality Ender 5 series, right? It's the only thing that's really there. It's functionally very similar to a Trident. In fact, when I built mine, I basically used the Voron Trident as a starting point for doing all the wiring because it's so similar. It just made sense. Okay, so we've got our wires run down and underneath the deck. We'll flip this back over and trying to think how we need to flip this over. So yeah, it needs to go over like this. And I just stepped on a wire, so. Okay. So we've got our motor wires run down. One there, one here. We're going to start with the B motor. Why are they putting the B motor way over there? So that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so when you look at your printer straight on, you're going to say BA, B-A. So in this case, the back left side is your B motor, which is going to equate to the Y motor that you would traditionally be used to, right? So that would be this one in here, and then this one would be the A motor. And I do have some clips, so we'll go ahead and add our clips on here. So any of your LDO motor kits will come with these little cable clips that you can put on your cables. And because this is the A, B, and E, I'll have an A, B, and an E. I don't necessarily need the E because that's going to be up at the tool head and never leave the tool head. So once again, facing the front of the printer, B's on the left because core XYs go ba like a sheep. And the A motor would be on the right, which is also the one that's going to have where the umbilical comes out at and the Y in stock comes out at. So that'll be our A. So we know how we need to align these. Now, based on how we're routing them, and once again, I don't know why they're telling me to start all the way down at this side. That makes zero sense to me. Hey, Blue Dude, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Everything that I've ever done, and even on the 2.4, it's X, Y, or in this case, A, B, Z0, skip one because these two are paralleled, Z1, Z2. So that is how I'm going to wire this. Okay, so just for everybody's edification, that's how I'm going to wire it. And that's something I'll have to remember when I go and get into the words. When I get into the configuration, I'll have to remember that. And just in case I try and use like a standard Trident config, yeah, I'll have to remember that. So this is going to come down. We will be able to zip tie it in a couple of places here. We're going to bring it into our cable trough, and then we'll bring it around however we need to. We're going to go ahead and pop these out. Yeah, we'll pop these out up at the top for just a moment, and we'll worry about these in a minute. So once again, this is the B motor. So it'll go A, then B. We're just going to kind of lay it in the trough, plug it into the B motor. This is the nice thing with these cable troughs, is it just makes your wiring look nice and covers up the ugliness. And then our other motor, which is here, is going to come around this way, and once again, we'll cable tie it. And in case, what I'm going to do is, and that's probably not a good idea. I'll have to add another cable tie spot over here. I've got one there. And we'll come into the trough. We'll come around, plug in our A motor. This into the trough. And then just cover our wires, or shove our wires in there. Okay. Now what I do need to figure out is the Z motors. We're not running cable chains because we've got the, we'll be running the CAN bus tool head, so we won't have the cable chains. We'll worry about all this wiring as we wire up the CAN bus toolhead board. So we'll use the SB2209. For that, we don't need to worry about any of that wiring. We're not running the cable chains. We ran our Y already down the back. This is how you normally run your X and Y wires down through that same cable that we did. In stops. Now we will need to put the Y in stop here. So we're going to come down. We would come up, over, and we would go into our Y in stop. Once again, it's going to be down in here, so we'd have to look over at our other wiring diagram. But I'm just going to leave a little bit of room and give it a cut here. And there's the wiring that I will use to extend my thermistor wires for the bed. So we'll just set that aside. And these will need to be stripped, and we'll do our JST connectors. And once we get them crimped, we'll look at the diagram to figure out how we need to get these in what pin orientation they need to be in. How are you doing, Blue Dude? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. So this is a wiring stream, and when I do my wiring, I try and stay as organized as possible. I don't always get there, but I try. These two, what did I do with my JST pins? Did I bring my, oh, there it is. My crimpers. And get rid of my zip ties so they're out of the way. Hey, as you're late, going to the kitchen for an apple. Okay, well, you missed breakfast, and now you missed brunch. So I guess we're just into late day snacks now, huh? Let's say those are 3-pin connectors. We only really need 2, so because these FEP wires are so tiny, I do kind of do a little bit of a pre-crimp on that just to make it a little bit easier to get in there or get in the tool. And the first crimp goes on bare wire, and then the second crimp will go on the actual insulation. And if you don't know what I mean, on your connector pins here, you've got 2 spots. You've got the long tails here, which will go around your insulation. And then just inside of that is some short tails that is what crimps around the actual wire. So you don't need to strip a whole lot because if you do, then it'll interfere. The wire will interfere with the pin and tend to try and push your connector out. So you don't need to strip a whole lot of wire when you do this. And then you need to make sure when you're doing your crimp that you're only getting the wire in the front portion of the crimp. So that you get a nice, good, solid connection on the crimp. You need to look at the pinout diagram real fast and determine. Sorry, I'm going to put my head in the way here because every time I blow this up, it's not working. We want to go in the ground and the pin. We just need to, know which pin, not pin, but which connector. Well, yeah, which pin we're going to use. We've got plenty to choose from, so we want to know which way the connector goes in. And so in this case, all the 3.3 volt power is the top connector here. So we go in the middle and the bottom connector. And because this is an end stop, it doesn't matter which order they go in, because if it's triggered and it's not supposed to be, we just, if the end stop's triggered and it's not supposed to be, then you just change one line in the config and it'll switch. It'll switch its orientation. Hmm. This connector twisted or what? It's in there. So normally you would have X, Y, Z, what have you. So because this is a Y in stop, I would go into the second stack, and you would normally have one would be min, one would be max. It, like I said, it really doesn't matter. You can put it in wherever you want. Just make note of what the pin number is based on your pin diagram so that you can account for it in your config. So once again, I'm going to put it in the Y, and it's going to be the lower side, and I will cable manage this. As we get stuff together, I will do some zip ties and cable manage that. So we've got that in. I'm going to take note somewhere on my notepad. Y in stop. And that pin number, once again, sorry for, is, looks like PG13. Okay. And we also went, A motor into motor 1, excuse me, motor 0, B motor, motor 1. These are just notes you take as you do a build, especially since, like I said, I don't know, this may actually be a pinout for like a spider board instead of an octopus board. I don't know. It's just weird. Exactly, Kit Skyfire. They're nice. I used a set in at Murph, and I really liked them. They were actually really good. So I was thinking about getting a set, but yeah, it's hard to gauge how far to put the wire in so that you get the crimp in the right place. Bavarian, California, or CA. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. So I use the outer two. So it always says use the outer two wires. And so you're not providing power to the switch. You're basically grounding the signal. So you're pulling it up, pulling it down, one of the two. Okay, CA for Canada. Gotcha. Gotcha. So we got the end stops. This would be the extruder motor, which we won't use. Hot end heater, hot end thermistor, inductive probe. None of those connectors go on the board because all of those connectors will be on the SB2209 CAN bus board at the tool head. You're melting 86 degrees, which is about 30. Oh, wow. Yeah, it is 87 degrees outside right now. And I want to say I had the AC in the house set to 74. So I feel you. I feel you. So A motor, hot end. Once again, we won't need the hot end fans because those will be done on the tool head board as well. And once again, I don't understand why. Oh, okay, that's why. So if you look at this diagram, it's kind of small for you guys, but it's showing the motors starting off from like this side of the board as motors 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Where on this octopus, it's starting at this end with motor 0, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, because these are parallel for Z, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so forth. So that's interesting. I'm wondering if this is a diagram for like a 5-sec spider. Oh, go for it. Go for it, Avaria. Oh, and it looks like you rated in. Did I miss a raid? If I did, I am so sorry. Okay, yeah, Avarian rating in with a party of 5. Wow, okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for bringing your community over to check out everything that I'm doing on stream. I appreciate that. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, I've never used the 5-sec spider, so I don't know why this diagram, because it doesn't track anything on this board, so I don't know what board this is actually looking, or the diagram for. It's really weird. But we do have our B and then A. So once again, the B motor, or I'm sorry, the A, then the B. Did I do that right? I think I did that right. Anyhow, so we went A is motor 0, B is motor 1. I made that note so when we get into the config, I can make sure and assign it as appropriate. And if I need to, I can swap things around too. That's no big deal. I did set the jumpers for all my fan voltages to be 24. So if I need to change that at all, I know that if I plug something in, I will, that needs to be changed, I will change that. So, and it goes left, so front left, rear, and then right. So as you're facing, it's going to be, this motor is going to be, I'll say Z0 or Z left, then Z center, and then Z right is the way that it'll go. So I'm just going to go ahead and make the notes. So this motor here being the front left or the Z left, looking at it from the front, you'll have left, center, right. So this motor here will become the third motor that gets installed into 2. And I can't remember, I should have a set of Z motor tags somewhere from when I pulled the Z motors out. And if I find them, I will actually install them. If I can't, then I'll figure out some way, or I'll just have a mental note, mental fart, whichever comes first. That one's going to go there. And once again, this is motor 3. I'll switch back over. You're melting in Montreal. What's your temperature there in Montreal, Pezliz? I'm just going to double, triple, quadruple check. So I've got motor 0, motor 1, motor 2, 1, motor 2, 2. So motor 3 will go here. So our center motor needs to come up and go through here. So this would be our center motor. Is going to come down. We'll loop it around the side, bring it up, and this will go, we're going to skip one of the motor connections and then go in the next one. And once again, as we start, we'll just kind of make it a little pretty if we can. And then this one, of course, is going to go in the next one, which would be motor 4. And we won't have an extruder motor on here because once again, the extruder motor is going to be on the tool head board. And I do have 6 total motors in here. Don't worry about it. It's just because there were 6 motors that came in the pack. And I just like to have some spares in case one of these is wonky for whatever reason. So B, A, Z0, Z left, Z0, Z center, which is the back, Z1, and Z2 or right, which is the front right. And then this one would be a blank extra one for the extruder. But I'm not, like I said, the extruder's running off the tool head board. In the 80s, so it's 81 in your office. So do you not have AC in your apartment? Let's see what's next on our diagram. So we have those 3 installed. All right, then it tells us to start, go ahead and putting in our things. English is so hard sometimes. It wants us to start installing our skirts. So what we'll need to do first before we do that is we need to extend our wires some. So let me kind of clear some stuff out of the way and we will go ahead and solder that FEP wire up. I think we're still going to have to do at least our SSR stuff as well. But let me just make some room in here so I can get my solder stuff out and get ready to solder. Still going to need the big screwdriver and this one. Yeah. Well, we generally don't need it except for this weekend, and then it would be great. Yeah. Okay. And these are super tiny, so I'm actually going to strip a decent amount. Maybe, possibly. There we go. You'll see me kind of twist this around my finger some. What I'm trying to do is keep from getting too much of a bend on here, but these FEP wires, trying to strip them, it just takes a lot to get the heat shrink off, or not the heat shrink, but the to get the insulation off of them because they're so slippery. Right. I'm just going to go ahead and try and get stuff set up here. Then we'll get our heat source ready. And this is probably, yeah, this is going to be way too long, but it's, so, yeah, we'll just cut this in roughly half, and that'll give us the length that we'll need. And I'm trying to strip a decent amount because I am going to twist these together. Rather than just doing like a laid over butt joint type of solder, I am going to twist these together. There's a couple of different ways you can do it. You can twist the wires together and then solder over them. You can do, I've got some like, they're like pre-solder. Let me see. It's kind of hard to explain what they are. If I can find them, that is. There they are. So they're these solder and seal connectors, and what they are, box is annoying. There we go. Is they're kind of like pre-made connectors. So you put your wire in from each side so that the bare wire overlaps, and this is the solder joint. So you would heat it on both ends to get the heat shrink down, and then you would melt the solder over the joint. And we can do that as well on these. It should work with these tiny FEP wires. Famous last words. You know, we got these little tiny ones here. So we can possibly do this. Um, so honestly, Liz, as far as the build stuff goes, I tend to take my printed parts and put them in bags based on where they get used in the actual build process. So, oh, you'll look through the manual and you'll be like, okay, this is for the gantry, or this is for the z-axis, right? And you would, oh crap, I'm gonna have to get my, sorry about that. So yeah, I break them out into bags and then I just toss them into a box. So of course, like you saw when I opened this up, it's like, okay, these are going to be used for the gantry or the like the motors and the idlers. So I had the motors and the idlers together. Then this was going to be the gantry, so the XY joints for the gantry system were next. And I just kind of went through and got everything grouped together like that. And then that becomes kind of your build methodology, and you can just reach in and grab the bag that you need for that part of the build. That way you're not having to fight and fuss with all the parts and digging through a box. You've already got them pre-sorted. Now, as far as your fasteners go, if you buy a fastener kit, which I highly, highly, highly recommend, then great. You'll have all the fasteners and they'll already be laid out and organized, which is one of the reasons why I like them. If not, and you've gone out and you self-sourced all of your fasteners, then of course you'll have to figure out an organization method. And that's where those little divider tubs come in handy for getting all of your different screws and bits and bobs laid out and organized. I hope that helped and wasn't like extremely rambling. So yeah, if you've got a tub like this for your fasteners, it works really well to organize all your fasteners. Like I said, if you're going to get a Voron kit, then you can, buy a kit that will have all the fasteners that you should need and some extras. If not, because is this for your cocoa press? If it came in just a bunch of little baggies, individual baggies, you can go get one of these from like any craft store or any home improvement store would have these types of containers. Um, oh, like I would go to Joann Fabrics, Hobby Lobby, Michaels. You can go to Walmart. We'd have Target. Any of your home improvement stores should have them as well. And then, yeah, that way you could sort everything out and label it, and it'll make it easier when it comes time to grab everything because you're not sitting there fiddling with bags all the time. Okay, so we decided that we're going to try and use these heat shrink things. So I'm just going to get out my heat gun. And this is probably going to get loud. Hopefully not. Now I'm going to go on the lower setting. And like I said, I just want to do kind of shrink up the ends on the FEP because that'll keep things from moving around too much. And then I'll kick it up on high and it will get loud. And I'm going to heat and melt the solder in the middle. I'm not 100% sure that that melted the solder all the way. And this is where it'd really be useful to have a heat gun that's got a like a director nozzle on it, so you can direct your heat more efficiently rather than over a big area like that. I'll set that aside. Do the tug test. Everything seems to be good with the tug test. It looks like we got a good solder joint, so we'll be good there. We're just going to kind of run things around, figure out where we're going to go to. And we can cut a little bit of this length off. And once again, these being basically just resistors as far as your thermistor goes. There's really no polarity. So you're just going to clip your pins on the other end, add the connector to it, and we're going to plug it into the right port. Oh God, yeah, Michaels is awesome. I don't have a Michaels where I live, but I do have a Hobby Lobby, and the Hobby Lobby out here, surprisingly enough, I'm kind of rural. Our Hobby Lobby is like the biggest Hobby Lobby I've ever seen. It's like huge. So once again, you just need to take off just a little bit of your insulation there. Put that over there. Yeah, yeah. And I've got like 4 or 5 different bins of screws, and now I'm working on the Grinfinity drawers like you normally see on the edge of the table there. And I like that because I can have the screws organized on the bench off to the side and then bring over just I can basically load up the one on the table with the items I'm going to need for that particular build, which always makes life a little bit easier when you're streaming. Yeah, Harbor Freight's pretty decent, and if you're using tools like you may use it for one job or something, then Harbor Freight's really, really great because you can get a tool for a lot cheaper than you can if you go get like a DeWalt or Milwaukee or Makita or anything like that. And if it breaks after that one use, well, no biggie. Who cares? You know, it did the job that it needed to do. Um, so one of my tabs kind of folded over funky. That's so good. Um, and yeah, it just uses you just use it for what you need it to do. Like I needed a oh uh, a torque gun for trying to get the wheels off of my lawnmower, my riding lawnmower. So off the Harbor Freight, I get a cheap one, and it should work to get the wheels off and get the new ones on, and then it's going to go on a shelf because I don't plan on using it anymore after that, unless I ever have to. Oops. Yeah, I thought that was good, and then it popped off. So I guess I will be printing another one. Where if it was a tool that I know I'm going to use a lot of, then I'll go and spend, the nice money and get a good one. How's it going, zombie? Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. It is a crimping ain't easy stream, and that's indicative because I just boogered a crimp, so. Might be the first of many of this stream, you never know. I can tell you I'm already having mixed feelings because I know the CNC tap, the connector on it is a standard JST, and it's got to be replaced with those little super tiny crazy things that the SB2209 uses. And I'm like already like cringing just knowing I need to do that. No, why? Yeah, hardware stores can be difficult for me. In fact, I just went to the hardware store yesterday. I went to Lowe's, and I went to Harbor Freight and got a few things that I was going to need to do the tire change, and I know I didn't need the super duper best tool whatsoever. And then I went over to Lowe's and got some screws that I needed, and then spent like 30 minutes just aimlessly wandering around Lowe's going, gee, what else can I get today? And of course, it's not going to help that I'm now left on my own without adult supervision for the next few days. All right, so this is going to come over and which pin out, pin out, pin out, pin out. Which one's the bed? The bed is this one over here. So it's the one all the way in. There we go. And we'll add some zip ties down there. So we got those two. We still need to do our wiring for our SSR. So controller to SSR wiring. They gave me ferrules on both ends. I won't need ferrules on both ends, but we'll go ahead and connect it up over here. And these are flatheads. So normally HE0 would be for the hot end. So just for giggles, I'm going to go into HE1. Positive, negative. So of course, I'm not going to be able to see anything, so I'm going to have to get my big head in the way. Well, that was awesome. We'll try that one again. Mowing the lawn and listening. All right. Well, I'm trying not to mow the lawn, but I am going to have to get my riding lawnmower fixed. Because I really don't want to be mowing the lawn in August and still be dealing with a push mower. So that's negative and positive. So I just need to figure out how much length about I need. Give ourselves a little bit of a generous length there. Snip that off. Keep those little links. And we'll need, still warm, our other style crimpers again. It helps if you strip them first. Okay. Yeah, I had an electric push Ryobi, and that's what I've been using because my big mower's down. But I've got a 0.85 acre lot. So trying to push mow it, one, it takes me a couple of days just because, I mean, it's exhausting because it's I've got some hills, so I'm going up and down hills. Um, but yeah, it's just kind of exhausting when you're going up and down hills and the heat is just the way it is. So once again, we're just going to loosen our terminals here. And positives on this side, negatives on this side. I'm going to loop these underneath the other wires. And I know people will use like other troughs and try and really hide all their wires and stuff. I'm not too overly concerned with trying to hide wires. Um, Partly because I like to see how things are cabled up. So what we got? We've got the SSR now wired up. We've got the power to the board. We've got our motors connected. We've got our bed thermistor connected. We've got our Y in stop connected. Let me, yeah, well, really shouldn't need to do the bed thermistor because it's actually connected to the bed thermistor spot. What else? What else? What else? We got our grounds. I still need to run power to the CB1 on the Pi 4 here. So I will need to set up positive and negative run to come up here. So where did, that was not going to be long enough. Okay, so I will need some wire for that. And we can go with a short length of like 24 gauge wire for that, I believe, because it's so small. That'll work. So we're going to need a DuPont connector on one side. And one thing that I will make mention is it shows using just a single red, single power and a single ground. The single ground is perfectly fine. I have found sometimes that running a secondary power, so you have two powers in one ground, actually, for whatever reason, seems to work better. Well, you get less voltage error issues. But okay, these will go down here. I need DuPont connectors. There aren't any in here, so let me grab some DuPont connectors out of the closet. Yeah. Oh, the front hill evil diesel. I've got the front hill and yeah, the pits on the drainage ditches that surround my house. So yeah, those are kind of ditches and pits, but the that side hill. Sorry, folks, I'm just trying to figure out which kit has what I need. Well, So I just need 2 pins, but for stability's sakes, I'm going to use a 2x2, which will allow me to basically set it over, a larger area. And because every once in a while I'll get it where the the connector will get hit and it comes loose or jostled. So Evil Diesel, I hope everything went well today in your journey that you had to take today. 'Gotcha. Okay. And so Evil Diesel, I'm going to tell you if I need to order anything for that, send me the links of what I need to order in quantities, and I'll get those ordered. Okay, which way? This doesn't matter. So let me. 5 volt, 5 volt ground. You go between squeezing them too much and not squeezing them enough. Why are DuPonts being such a pain in the butt today? Or does anybody else have issues with the pants? And besides the fact that I'm not using the right kind of clippers for them, but well, thank you. Thank you, Subsector. I'm trying. I'm trying to make it look good. I think part of the problem is this wire is a little thick. I just went with my FET wiring. And so it goes power, power, ground. So I've got power, then ground. We're going to go in the second set of, just pulled out. So it also helps if you put the wire in, I don't know, in the right orientation. Sorry, I'm kind of being quiet. I'm just focusing on getting this connector installed. So I think part of it is that the wire itself is too thick, which is causing the connector to bulge around it. Keep going until I break the wire, and then I'll have problems. I'm done. Different plan. Different plan. I'm going to switch over and do some 20 gauge BEP wire. Probably still be better off doing 24, but we'll make this work. If not, you'll see a grown man cry on stream. Not really. Yeah, one of these days I need to clean my desk. Like I shift stuff from the desk to the build table between streams, and then when I go to stream, it all leaves the desk and goes back to the build table and goes back to the desk. So I just keep moving it all back and forth. Yes, let me double check. Okay, it says 20 gauge is sufficient, and this is 20 gauge that I'm using, so hopefully it's easier to get these darn DuPont connectors on 20 gauge. Once again, it's where it's fouling is on the insulation jacket. It gets too thick. It's one of those things where if it was a thin insulation wire, it would be good, but once you lock it in. Oh, sorry, gang. This is why I'm wearing a shirt that says crimping ain't easy. Because crimping can be downright annoying sometimes. One down. Okay. I think that part's done. Yay. Now I just need to terminate these and run them in down there, which may require me to pop that off. Yeah. These will get our spade connectors, our forked connectors. Well, that's nice that Ash does that for you. He finds the things for you and then puts them on your desk. You know, Subsector, I haven't heard much about Riker. How's Riker doing? Hope he's doing good. Yeah, the best way to organize is put everything in one place. The trash can works. That's one place. Okay, cool. Okay, so we'll need negative and positive. There we go. I feel like I should have done these before I did the before I plugged them into the mains. Blue, yeah, that red. You need one of my printer builds to show off. Who are you going to show it off to? So I get it lined up, and the tip of my screwdriver is magnetized. So I get it lined up, and then right at the last second, the tip of the screwdriver will kind of knock it out of place, so to speak. So this is getting kind of annoying. Here we go. Oh, well, thank you, Subsector. Okay, so now we're going to flip this back over and get it connected up there. This will come over and get connected there. Maybe. Wire against wire. Now I get connected there. Now I need to get down here and plug these two back in. So bear with me momentarily. Let me move some things out of the way. It goes down there. That'll go there. I know I'm probably going to regret putting stuff away, but I need to be able to move around without. Sorry, folks. I am going to turn this around so I can see it. Okay. I believe all of our wires are still good there. The only thing we're left is everything coming from the tool head, which will, of course, be done. Oh, bed heater. Bed heater HE1, and HE1 is 10PA3. In stop, we did PG13. Bed thermistor. EF3. And just taking down the notes. I think everything here is fairly good. I do want to throw some zip ties in here a little loosely, and we'll have to route some stuff as needed once, maybe redo these later on, but I want to try and keep the wires out of the way as much as possible. Leave these a little bit long, so if need be, I can route stuff through them additionally, or just, cut them later on. Well, a few more things that we'll add in for the skirts, but because we'll have a couple of fans that we'll be able to plug in. One more of my disconnectors in here. So is anybody else working on anything that they'd like to share with everybody? I know Evil Diesel is working on getting our death racers back into working order, and as well as the mechanism builds for another set of death racers. I've got we'll call it a project that I'm working on. I've got what we got? We got the God, why is English so hard sometimes? We have the Rook kit that's coming in. So we have a Rook kit, a Rook 2020 frame that's coming in. And we have a belt printer conversion for an Ender 3 that's inbound. So we'll have those as new projects that we can work on here on the stream. And then what else do we have that's coming up? We've got the Omni display case setup that we'll be doing. And yeah, just a couple of things. Things have been busy. Gotcha. So this is what we're looking at now. Like I said, just a couple of zip ties right down here, and that helps to just tidy things up. This wire was kind of sticking out a bit, so I'm just trying to get a little bit of a bend in it to be able to tuck it out of the way, so that it's not in the way so much. There we go. It's on there. It's good. This wire right here will probably throw a zip tie just to kind of keep it out of the way. And then, like I said, we'll have some more wiring to do. We'll have the big umbilical wire that will come down in here. And we'll route that one way or the other. It's probably going to come down this side because I will need to have a UTC here, or I'm going to do a CAN bus there, in which case I'll have the power and so I'll have line and neutral down here somewhere, and then the CAN bus wires itself will come up here. I haven't quite figured out, I haven't decided on whether I'm going to use a UTC or do CAN bus on the board on this one. It's one of those things, if I do a UTC, then it'll be like I did on the 0G, which was I did it that way for consistency's sake, so that I didn't have like, well, this is running CAN bus on the Octopus, well, this one isn't. And I can run all of my configs kind of the same way and just do a bunch of copy paste. It's more for configuration management than anything else. Okay. Let me switch our view here. Go back over to the manual so that we can see Manuel. You paired 3 Focus printers from Westry 1 parts and built 3 others with the rest of the parts. Oh, wow. So you had the Focus print farm. Is that what I'm hearing? So for now, I'm going to go ahead and close up this wire trough. The nice thing is we can always get back into it if we need to, when we need to. It's just, of course, I'm just going to close this up just to keep everything nice and tidy. And there we go. So cable trough closed up. That hides a lot of the wiring, and then we keep everything else nice and neat. I was like, let me flip this over, but before I do that, we'll do the tool head wiring and the CAN bus stuff in a little bit. All right, so now we're going to start doing some heat set inserts. So I'm going to take this and just set it down on the ground for now. We'll kind of do some prep work on our skirts, and then we'll bring that back up here in a minute. And so this is what I was talking about, Pez Liz, is I just take one of my Amazon boxes and throw the parts in it. So things that are big like the skirts, I'll just leave those separate because they're easy to get into. May have printed extra skirts, I don't know. But these are all parts that will be for the skirt. These are all the parts for the panels and the doors. These will be the parts for the umbilical on the back panel once I get the start doing the panels. And then this is just a grouping of parts that'll be for the display. There's some other loose parts here and there, but for the most part, I try and keep them, just thrown in a bag so that their extras are out of the way. And then once I get the build done, there's a saying that, you always want to keep spares in case something breaks. In my case, I just keep printers that can print parts. Yeah. This is not needed. That's a tool. Yep. That's kind of what I do. Let's put that off to the side. We're going to need our heat set inserts. And to try and keep from falling over things, I'm just going to kind of put some things back up where they go so that moving things out of the way. I'm going to need my soldering iron because I'll be doing heat set inserts. Get a little pile there dumped out. So we're going to be in the garage for ABS printing. You have 8. Now, is that 8 Focus printers that are all running good? And so does that mean you're just going to take stock out in the, remind me guys, I need to put this cover back on the next time we get up there and start doing the skirts. Remind me of that. So does that mean you're going to take stock out in the Focus ribbon cables? Once again, we get them started and then we finish them off up against the edge of the table because it's one, it's metal, and two, it helps ensure that they go in and they're flush. That gets us some nice flush heat set inserts. So we got those two, which will be for the fans. We're going to need the keystone jack. And who knows, one of these days I may have to actually install keystones in here. So you could use your keystones to do things like move. I do not know why English has been so hard today. You can use the keystone jack to run an Ethernet cable jack to the back of your printer from your Raspberry Pi. That way you'll have the ability. Okay, see, this is why I'm thinking. Okay, these must be front or rear. Now I'm getting the feeling like, oh, here we go. so you can have an Ethernet cable jack at the back of your printer so you can run things wired instead of wireless. That's one of the things that me and Evil Diesel are talking about doing is, and I say me and Evil Diesel because I'm wanting to use him as help and support to run the cables in the attic. 1 second. Alexa, stop. That was the 4-hour alarm telling me I might need to change my, or put the batteries on. Okay. Heat set's there. Heat set's on the back of the display here, or the okay, so you've had the pins pull out of the connector. Yeah. Wait, that went all the way. Oh, I'm like, why did that just go all the way through? I know why, because I'm doing the same thing I did on the 2.4. Follow the steps. You've got your front carrier. This is your accent piece. It says you've got this piece right here. This is the support piece. Break it off. Now, put this in the front and wedge it in there. So that when you melt your end stops or your pieces in, they will actually melt into that back piece and keep it in place. Or the accent piece, I should say. Yeah, I know Evil Diesel was having some problems with his ribbon cables as well, and wound up just redoing the whole thing. He back traced all the pins and created an umbilical back to the controller board itself, kind of like an Ender 3. But it's a lot more reliable than the ribbon cables that they were using because they were using the really, really thin ribbon cables. Okay, so we got those done. We need to put heat set inserts in some 6020 fans. And I've got a set of Honey Badger 6020 fans here, and we're going to use those. Okay, and be cognizant of where the airflow is at. So airflow is this way towards the label. So we want to put our heat set inserts on the side that's fully black. There you go. Yeah, I ordered a bunch of fans from Fabrico and got the Honey Badger ones, and they're great fans, but they're a little pricey. but they're good fans. And I've already had to swap the fans out on the 2.4. And I did that right before Murph. So the 2.4, I was using GD Stein fans in, which are, they're good fans. They're spec fans if you get the right ones. The right ones being, hey, Poondog, how you doing, friend? The right ones being dual ball bearing and not hydraulic. I highly, highly, highly recommend against any hydraulic bearing fans. They were starting to make a racket and actually had oil leaking out of them in way less than 100 print hours. So yeah, like I said, just make sure that they're dual ball bearing, and you can get the cheaper dual ball bearings because I do all the time. I normally get the Winson fans off of Amazon. Just make sure they're the dual ball bearing and not the hydraulic. So how are you doing, Poondog? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're hanging in there. I really hope everybody enjoyed their 4th of July week celebrations. Okay, so we got those done, and now we need the fan pieces. What? Oh, fan pieces. Okay, and they go in. You've got the curved sides here, so they'll go in from the side where the concave side. I'm going to do these over the silicone mat so I don't burn my table. You'd sit down. Oh, where'd that go? There it is. Oh crap, we need to do the we need to add our battery packs. Give me 1 second before I lose. And it looks like we got plenty, but I'll add in the juice. Ugh. No sense in pushing a lot. Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I know a lot of places started doing drones, especially places where the heat's been really high and there's been worries about wildfires and stuff. And quite honestly, there's a lot of people that don't do well with the explosions or the sounds of the canister rockets going off. Because if you start hearing that sound as they're starting to shoot off, yeah, there's some training that kicks in for certain people. And it's not necessarily good training memories or good real life memories. So yeah, I kind of like they're switching over and doing some drone stuff. Okay, now it starts talking about putting in the display. And now I got to remember if I have a display or not. That might be the one thing that I still never bought. I know we were looking at one for the baby belt. I think I used that on the 2.4. Shoot. No. Okay. So we won't be able to put the display together and add the display in because apparently somebody forgot to order a display. Well, let me triple check in here. Yep, nope. Boom, down a display. So unless I steal one from something else. All right, I guess I'm going to be buying a display later today. So we'll skip that and I'll come back to putting the display together. We'll need to add our accent pieces to the back of our Voron logo pieces. And they just press fit. And they're going to be fairly tight, so just press them all the way in. Until they're fully seated. Okay. And then we'll add our two keystone jack pieces. And I can never ever figure out the easiest way to get these in. Maybe just like that. There's a lip at the top, and then you've got the press fit at the bottom. So the lip will go in there, and then the press fit connector will go in another lip at the other side. Let me just make sure. Yep, we're still good on connection. Okay, well, good thing is we only had a couple of bobbled connections earlier. So we're going to go ahead and disconnect our heat setting device. And scoot that out of the way. Because we're going to need to start moving some things around so we can go and put our skirts on now. This goes over here. We're going to have to get our parts organized over on this side. There we go. We're going to bring the printer back up here, and we're starting off with, looks like the front. So I'll kind of turn this. So this is the front edge here. Bring this up. So this is our front edge here. And M3 T-nuts times 4. I'm just placing them in there a little bit. These will be the ones that had our inserts in them. So once again, the parts look a little bit smaller on the display than they do here. And that's because the manual is built on a 250 build, and this is a 300 build. I'll grab a few of our screws, and we'll grab our ball end driver. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of line up my holes over to the side. And I'll get one side started, and then that way if I need to adjust the other side some, I can to get it lined up properly. And then once I get both of them binding into the T-nuts, I'll slide it over fully into the gap and tighten it down. Now I'll do the same thing over here, but I'm going to pull it my way a little bit more so it's easier for me to see. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to push it over, make sure it's tight up against the edge here. And tighten things down. And then eventually we'll get our display installed. And then we'll run our cables and go right back here. So, because I have a feeling that's what it's going to tell me to do next is just install the display, which we can't do. So we'll do that later. Now we're going to flip around and go to the back of our printer. And here's where we've already got the one side. Now we're going to put on our keystone jack side. So we need a couple more M3s, a couple more M3 T-nuts. Trying to get the one started and line that up manually. And slide it to get the other side to line up. Once we got that going well, we'll just slide these over and lock it in nice and tight. And now we should be putting in the big wide piece. So once again, this would be a piece that would be a different size depending on what size printer you're building. And in this case, we're doing a 300, so it's going to be a little bit wider. Try and get these lined up. Perfectly lined up, so we'll have to use our tweezers to try and get us aligned. So you'll notice there's a little bit of gap in these parts. You can spread that gap, try and spread that gap out all the way. You can do it just kind of right in the middle like that. It's up to you how you deal with your little gaps and reveals. What I'll try and do is get this one somewhat centered. And then I'll loosen this up and just kind of, split the gap. I mean, we're talking about like a millimeter on each side, so it's nothing huge. But I always start off with them fully tight against the side, and I can come back and address that gap afterwards. I haven't seen it, but I want to say, was it Naomi Wu that talked about it or had something about it on her Twitter feed? think it might have been Naomi. I'd be interested in seeing it. Okay. So we got the back done. Next up, we're going to work on a side. So I'll start on the side that's facing me. Once again, we're right back at our M3s for the side pieces. And then we'll use M5s for the middle. Once again, I'm going to push this up tight to the edge, and then I'll split whatever gap I need to split once I get the centerpieces in, which will have the fan on one side and the gap in the not the gap, but the false plate on the other side, for lack of a better term. Oh man, and you know what, gang? I need to, after I get this piece in, I need to actually put you guys on standby for just a second. I forgot completely about all the stuff that Amazon delivered earlier. That's, like I said, I've got a few spools of ABS and they're sitting out on the front porch getting hit with direct sunlight. So give me a second. I will be right back and I'll leave this the way it is. Great. Thank you, everybody. Sorry about that. So they are in boxes. I just didn't want them sitting out there because it's like I said, it's pretty hot outside today and it's getting direct sunlight hitting it. So I just wanted to try and minimize how long it was sitting in the direct sunlight. So we've got a few things. Hey, John Strand, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I got 5 spools of gray ABS because I figure gray is going to be a good color to print with. But my goal is to print a full set of one of the Galactic Armory armor sets in the near future here. So at least that's the plan. Okay, on this side, I am on the appropriate side. I'm going to need an M5 nut in the middle section. And this one is going to get the, I'll say the false pieces put together, or the false fan shrouds. So I'm just going to go ahead and get a bunch of M3x8s out because I'm going to need them. And yeah, John, this is a V0. You just got the red, white, and blue. Okay. Yeah. The Alien 3D box came with red, white, and blue filament in it as well. What we get? We got so we had VoxLab white PLA, Elegoo blue PLA, a Trident fluorescent red PLA, and a Monoprice black PLA. So yeah, and then a project of some sort, which I don't have the, he hasn't done the reveal files for it yet. But I've got all the project pieces. I'm just raring to go, ready to start printing whatever the actual project is. Okay, so we're gonna take one of our 2 fan pieces. It doesn't matter which one. Okay. It doesn't matter which one if you print the right ones. And apparently these are not the right ones because these don't even have the tabs for the fans. Huh. I apparently didn't notice that. What? I don't know at this point. I got nothing. Okay, so I'm going to have to print the fan pieces. Great. So give me a second, and I'm going to put this shroud on while I remember it. But if you guys give me 1 second, I will go ahead and try and get that sliced to maybe get it started. Because I for sure had the wrong fan files. I don't know if they were like old or what. But I've got the power to solve that. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get those started. It says it's going to take 2.5 hours, so we will probably not be on here when that finishes, but I will go ahead and get those started, and we'll go ahead and put these other two skirts on, and we'll figure out what's next. So we're going to turn this around. These get heavy after a while. We apparently do have an extra set of side pieces too. I hadn't seen the reveal on the project yet. So what's the project kit, Skyfire? I knew the reveal was pending. I wasn't paying attention. We'll get everything installed that we can get installed, and then we'll work from there, because I don't think I'm going to be on for another 2.5 hours, but you never know. I am unsupervised. Besides, if I'm on for another 2.5 hours, who knows? Maybe Evil Diesel will come over and jump on stream with us and hang out. It looks like we should have that same little bit of like 1 millimeter gap that we can throw in here. So that's somewhat frustrating. We won't need these, and we won't need these. Next one would be to actually do the fan side. And what I'll do is it shows taking the two fans and joining them together and into a Y splitter and doing them into one. What I did before is I'm just going to run the fans individually and then configure them to kick on at the same time, which is what I did on the 2.4. So I'll basically just take that same setup and configure it the same way. And I think I just heard thunder. So these are extra parts. I was like about ready to throw them away, but we'll hold on to them for now. These will be needed for that. These can go in here. And I'm going to keep everything like this, like this, like this. We need to do the tool head and potentially add a UTC in here, which we can add a UTC in here and do a plus and minus directly into that. So we'll be good there. What else is next? What else can we work on? We can't close up the panel yet. So we can't do the panels, or at least the bottom panels yet. Well, kind of sounds like we're back to Stealth Burner. And with Stealth Burner, this is getting heavy, by the way. I do have things kind of, sort of put in place here. It's really just, well, it's physically attached, but I'll say it's mock-up style right now. I'm just going to undo those screws just a tad bit. And this part will drop out. I still need to add the two little screws down here at the bottom that the tool head will sit on. The top here, there's a couple of screws that are holding it in place. And I am going to take this back off. Because it'll just make it easier to work on things. Don't. I was going to say, I'm listening to it make noise, Evil Diesel, so thanks for the heads up that it's going to be 15 minutes. We may not be able to stay on depending on what that storm does, because if it comes in big time, it'll probably knock either the power out or the stream out. So as mentioned previously, one, this is a modification design that has the cooling vent sides to it. It's just kind of neat. It allows better airflow through the electronics there, so some of that heat can dissipate, because you do have a 2209 here as well as the STEM 32 chip. The thermistor mounts in this connector that's all the way forward here, and that winds up being a pickle to get it in and get it situated. So I'll probably undo the board and get that installed and then mount the board back again, and that'll be done before I mount the heater and everything else. So we've got a little bit of work to do on this to get it ready to actually mount. These two come in, go there and there. Our end stop is going to connect in this top left JST connector. The tap is going to mount in the, is it the 3 or the, I think it's the 3-pin connector, so the bottom left will be for the tap. And we've got to be extra careful because we have separate jumpers here for all of the fan connectors and stuff. And we need to make sure this tap board is 5-volt only. So you've got to make sure if your tap board is 5-volt only, you need to make sure that you only provide it 5 volts. If you provide it 24 volts, you'll blow it and you'll be buying a new part or parts. So, and the reason this is 5-volt tolerant only is because it's an actual end stop that it's using. Oh my gosh. So the project for the Skyfire, that is the project. Oh geez. Okay. I think I have replacement wires, Evil Diesel, so we can get that fixed. Let me change the view real fast. So I believe this is the Alien 3D project. Which is a little SMARS, so screwless, screwed modular assemblable robotic system. Okay. Simple robot design for the educational field. The main features of SMARS are the reduced number of components, possibility of mount it with screws, and without soldering any parts. So cool. So that would be cool. So, and I know it came with the motors, the 9-volt battery connector, and the motor shield. I have an Uno, and I just need a 9-volt battery, which I have. So that's going to be a cool little project. So is it just, I'm assuming, programmed to go in a specific orientation rather than having like a remote control? So these sensors weren't there, so I'm assuming you'll have to buy sensors. That looks like a cool little project. It looks like either tracks or a wheeled version. Okay, yeah, and like I said, I have an Uno board here, so I'll definitely use the Uno board. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It looked like it has some LiDAR sensors on it. It just talks about motors, 9-volt battery, 9-volt connector, the Uno, the Adafruit shield. Yeah, I mean that's pretty cool. I'm sure we could do some things with that too, Evil Diesel. Oh yeah, no worries. I can definitely fill in the blanks if needed to do some other things with that. Okay. Yep. So I'm trying to think through some stuff here. Okay, so this is the SB2209 install for the stealth burner. And so what we'll be using is fan 1, fan 2, the RGB, and then we're going to use the 5-volt and ground. I guess, yeah, 5-volt and ground from the CAN bus connector. And we're going to use that for the NOMI. Okay? If I remember right, that's where the NOMI plugs into. And this shows installing after you have all of this stuff done. So we actually still need to flip back here and actually assemble the stealth burner. So Evil Diesel, Evil Diesel, if you want to continue to work on that design thing, go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and use the one that I've got. And I do need to hit it with a heat gun real fast to get rid of the strings. So hopefully this isn't too loud. Get that oriented. I'll go ahead and bring this over here so I can see what I'm working with. And quite honestly, folks, I'm going to bring my chair over here and sit down. Just because I'm starting to get a little, I don't want to say tired, but my legs are going to get to me after a bit here. Oh, okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, you're getting piece. Where are you at, John Strand? I know we're out near the Raleigh area, Raleigh, North Carolina area. Oh, down in Florida? Okay, gotcha. All right, so we start off, we have a few little pieces of support that we need to get rid of. I was born and raised down there. It gets interesting. So there's a little support right here that we need to get rid of. And you can snip this out real easily. Okay, and this is the little cable channel that will bring your cables up. So we get that one out. And we got the same thing down here on the sides. So these should be very thin, like just a couple of layers or two, or a layer or two. You just want to carefully cut these out so you don't actually damage the little, it basically forms a clip that'll hold the wires down when you do your LEDs. There's one on each side. Okay. Those are out, and we're going to start with soldering up our LEDs. And I had an LED kit, and it came with 4 LEDs and some standard black red wire. And why it gave me just black red wire, I don't know, because you need 3 different wire type or 3 different wires. And I would just much rather use that somewhere else. And what I will do is grab my Linneo 24 gauge FEP wire here, and we need to measure out our lengths and then do some soldering. So looks like we're going to need 6 at 100 mil. Now, normally I would just order a pre-made Linneo harness for this, which I have done in the past, and I really like those because they're already pre-made, and yeah, life is easier. Okay, so that's the 6 at 100 mil, and then we'll need 3 at 120. Whoops. Oh well. I was going to show off that basically we had very little left over from that other wire that we had cut down. So like maybe 5 or 6 mil. So yeah. Okay, now these, you have to solder these in an appropriate direction. And it does show you on the boards which direction is which. So yeah, I'm trying to think what would probably be the best way to do this. Just trying to think how I want to try and work this to start with. I guess I'm going to start with just getting my ends and so there's a there's a directionality that you need to worry about as far as the in and out goes, as well as when they're showing you how to solder these, you do need to pay attention and make sure that you solder them in that right direction, because it will be necessary to have that directionality in order to get these to sit in there appropriately. Okay, so these are my 6 smaller wires. I'll need my 3 bigger wires. I think what I'm going to start with is the centerpiece here, and do the first 3 wires that would be the inboard, and then the 3 that'll be the out, and then do these. And that way I can kind of hold them here as I'm doing it, and break off the LEDs as I work through them. Soldering iron again. tip cleaner. I'm just going to start by tinning all the pads. I'm going to tin all 6 pads on 2 of these. And that will act as the as the um, the first one and then the middle one. So with that being said, let me think through this and the best way of doing it. Okay, so I'm going to just tin my and get my wires tinned. Hey, Cedar Craft, how are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. I'm a tad bit distracted right at the moment. I'm just trying to tin some wires so I can get ready to solder up my LEDs. Then I do it. Don't disturb the dragon while he's soldering. He'll burn himself. Yeah, it won't take much, Eel Diesel. It won't take much. Okay, Kit Skyfire, thank you for joining us today, and thanks for hanging out. I know it's been kind of a long day so far. I gotta remember, I only tin one side of these. Because the other side will get crimp connected. Okay, we need to go on out, the out input, well, the out input, the out direction of one. Okay, those three are on. And this will be the end. So these three are going to be the connector, and they go in the same direction, but they're on the inside, the input side. Okay, thanks, Eagle Diesel. And once again, folks, I apologize for being quiet. I'm just trying to make sure I get good solder joints here and I don't overlap anything. I know this is making you cringe, Evil Diesel. Gracious, what is... I'm getting really crappy heat transfer here. All right, John Strand, have a good day. Thanks for hanging out with us and dealing with me and my crappy eyesight and slow soldering skills. Okay, that was painful. All right, so now see about snapping these off. And we need to take these three, and these are the inbound on this side. And they'll all go in the same order as before. And of course, I just realized I've got a crappy solder on a couple of them. Okay, folks. Yeah, I'm. My hands are not steady enough to be doing this right now, so I think I will just order a Linneo uh, set, or try and do this afterwards off stream, because right now I feel like I'm just butchering the hell out of this, and I'm just going to cause myself problems. So I'm just going to order a kit, and we will work this apparently on another stream. In this case, it'll be Tuesday, because it'll take me a day or two to get the parts in. So on Tuesday, we will reconvene, and I will have the Linneo LED kit. So it'll just be a quick little install for that. And we unfortunately we need to get that in before I start doing the fans and the other stuff on Stealth Burner. And I need to get some other parts printed for the fan stuff. So when we come back, we will be able to finish up that part. Now, what we can do is we can start working on some software. Okay, so we can go ahead and get some software going for the printer. Let me clean up a couple of things here. Things out of the way. This goes here, this goes here. And sorry, yes, that was a bit of frustration that just hit. Sorry about that, guys and gals. But yeah. I just think I found my frustration point on that one. Get those things sitting off to the side. Because what I'll need to do is put the printer up here so we can start doing some of that. Not there, this here, this here. And what I'm going to do is set it on its side so I can get to the plug. And we can work on a couple of things. Okay. So software-wise, we're going to start with installing the operating system on our CB1 module, which means we'll need a SD card, and I tend to use new SD cards for my builds, so we're going to be using, this is a 32 gig SanDisk image make card. Oh, for the love of goodness. And once again, we're just going to install, because this is a CB1 module, we're just going to install the basic file system on here. So what you would do is go to Big Tree Tech's website and pull down the latest image for the CB1. Now, I always do the minimal install and then install KIAUH afterwards, because for me, I prefer to know what's in it and that I've got a full Klipper install. So if you do the, if you go through and do the full Klipper install on a CB1 module, it's not generic Klipper. It is their adulterated version of Klipper, for lack of better terms. So I prefer to go through and install it myself. And all I'm going to do, and I'm doing this over on the other computer because I will have to put in some private information for my own network, is you'll use the Raspberry Pi imager. You're going to choose the OS. Now, if you're doing mainsail, if we had our standard Raspberry Pi here and we're going to do mainsail OS, then you would select, which one is it? It's, other general purpose. Nope, I thought it was other general purpose. I'm sorry, other specific purpose OS, 3D printing, and then there'll be an option for mainsail OS. And then you just put that to your card and you'll be good. And if you're doing that on a Raspberry Pi, you can use the configuration little settings icon in the Raspberry Pi imager to put in all of your your wireless network information. Since I'm going to be using this on a CB1, I can't set it up that way. There's a slightly different way that we have to set that up. So I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to select Use Custom Image. And then it'll give me the option of looking for an image on my computer. And you would have had to have downloaded the image. And I'm just going to look for that image file real fast. And in my case, it's the CB1 Debian 11 minimal kernel dated March 30th of 2023. You'll open that up. You'll select the storage device, which in my case is the 32 gig storage device. And once again, normally you could hit that like settings icon, the little gear, and enter your information. You can't do that on a CB1 module. So we're just going to say right. And what I'll do is I'll try and over here. And I'll switch back over to the browser window. Change over to that. I'll make this a little larger for a moment. So basically what we're doing is we're pulling the latest, well, one of the latest images from the CB1 GitHub website. Or trying to. Here's the latest system images. So you come over here and the latest image is the V232, which is still the March, I guess it's March 3rd of 2023. Yeah, so March 30th or March 3rd of 2023. And I use the minimal install down here, the minimal kernel. If you do this one, it's got their pre-installed version of Klipper in it. And I would prefer to do it and install KIAUH myself. Whoops. Apparently it helps if you put in the requisite password to let it start doing the right. You'll go ahead and you'll burn it to an SD card, this FAT32 partition. And you would do that, like I'm using Raspberry Pi Imager. You can use any image software, whether it's Balena Etcher, Raspberry Pi Imager, you know, pick one. There's various that you could use. I guess Rufus, yeah. And so what we're going to do is we'll get our Raspberry Pi set up and configured. We'll get it clippered. Then we will begin going through the process. We can drop the firmware to our controller board. We can put the firmware on our SB2209 as it's sitting here on the bench. And the way we're going to do that is not by powering the printer first. We're going to start just by powering the Pi off a 5-volt a wall wart, right? That way we limit it gives us another chance to walk through and make sure that everything is properly configured, wired, and stuff like that before we go ahead and say, okay, go. And to me, it just provides a little bit of safety because I've been known to fry a thing here or there. But what'll happen is once the image gets downloaded to the SD card, we will need to go in to the boot partition of that card. Now, depending on which imaging software you use, it may actually dismount the drive. So you just pull it out, stick it back in, give it a couple of seconds. It'll read it, and then you can go into the boot partition. And you'll want to ensure that you use the right tools. So on a Windows box, you want to use Notepad++ or VS Code. On a Mac, you want to use either Nano if you want to use the terminal, or what I use is VS Code on the Mac. So that's completed. I'm going to go in and take a quick look at it and see if it's still mounted. It's not. So once again, I'm just going to pull it out, stick the card back in, let it mount. And then when I see the boot drive, I'll click on that, and we're going to look for, once again, the system.cfg file, right? And you'll open that system.cfg file with the appropriate thing. In my case, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. And you'll want to go in and edit this file to enter your Wi-Fi SSID and password. You shouldn't have to do anything else other than that. Save the file. Close it. And you can inject. I believe that's the only one we need to do, right? Yep. Yeah, so you'll change your Wi-Fi SSID and your password. Overlay settings would be needed if you're going to be using Klipper screen. We won't be using Klipper screen on this, so we don't need to go and set those parameters. They should get picked up automatically, and if they don't, then you can force the issue. We don't have the EMCC version, so we should be good to go to just plug this in. So I'm going to eject the card from my Mac. And we're going to insert it into our CB1, Pi 4B sled of the CB1. Okay, and like I said, we can power it up directly, but I'm going to go ahead and use the wall wart over USB-C. And the nice thing about that is I also have a power switch for it. So I flip the switch. We'll give it a couple of seconds and see if we see any lights pop on. Then let me make sure the switch was plugged in, which it is. I'm not seeing any light, but let me go ahead and check my web browser. We'll see if anything new has popped up. And it may take a couple of minutes the first time as it runs through and unpacks the OS and does all that. Got quite a few things on my network. I'm not seeing it pop up. I'm also not seeing lights where I'm normally seeing lights on the CB1 where the whatchamacallit would be. Where the Wi-Fi would normally pop up. Well, I really hope for some reason that this Raspberry Pi 4 power supply didn't take a crap, because that would be depressing. Okay, so plan B. We will actually power it through the printer. Because for whatever reason, I don't know if that's a bad outlet on my power strip back here or what, but I'm not getting. Oh, yeah. One moment. Yeah, you didn't touch it, you swear? Evil Diesel's had a way of breaking things lately. Taking perfectly good, valid printer, and all of a sudden it stops working. This connector seems to be fouling on the housing. Come on. Right, Evil Diesel, you may hear me scream from here. Ow, that hurt. That's going to be another blood blister. I'm going to put things away, didn't I? Hmm. Oh, like what did I do with the DuPont connectors? They're sitting under a bunch of stuff. I'll try and re-terminate that again. It's driving me nuts. Sorry, hey, how's it going? Trains are cool. Ash Prince is still here. Sorry about that, guys. I'm like trying to fix a crimp and not paying attention to my audience. My apologies. Western one's over there still lurking. Oofta. For those of you playing the game, Oofta was the big, loud clap of thunder that just happened. You little shit. About to start using some Western one language here. That won't get me banned from the platform, will it, Westry? There we go. There we go. All right, so in this case, we're going to do one more really good look. Make sure we've got grounds are grounded right and line neutral. Black's going to there, red's going to here. All right, well, if we pop something, we're going to pop something. We're plugged in. Probably turn this around so you guys can see. That way, if I do a sparky spark, then you guys get the added benefits. So somebody, I'm going to get ready to get some of the stuff out of the way so that I can turn the printer. Oh, well, no worries. Apparently the power switch was on, so nothing goes sparky. I've got lights on the motherboard, but no lights on the CB1. And that's throwing me off because I know I've got power to it. Now, I haven't used the... Oh, wait. I got light. So it's just taking a while for the... whatchamacallit, the operating system, yeah, that would be the word, to do its thing. Let me see. I think I've got, yeah, I got plenty of room here. Let me see if I can flip her around. This thing's getting heavy. Let's flip this around. See, we got flashies. We got light here. We got light here, which means this is getting power. We got lights. So right now we've got our CB1 module in here. We did give it a network address. So Yeah, no, it happens, Evil Diesel, because it's yeah, it happens. I mean, it's a movable. Yeah, it is a moving part, and I'm trying to think. Was that one soldered or the screwed down? Because there are two different types um, for the Mark IIIs. There's soldered bed connectors, and then there's screw down terminal bed connectors. So what I'm going to do is just scroll through here and see if I can't find the new device that popped up, which would be the BTT CB1, which is at 227. I was going to jump to it there, and that's definitely not going to work yet because we haven't done anything. I need my good friend Putty. You said 227? 22. I'm going to say open. Yes. And we've got our Putty session here, and it's asking me to log in. The login, the default login is BQ. BQ. It's extremely secure, right? Yeah. So now that we got that, the first thing we're going to do is sudo apt update, and we'll let it do let it update its repos. And once that's done, we'll do a sudo apt upgrade to upgrade just the base OS. So all I want to do is get the base OS upgraded. Yeah. And by the way, I did it again. I should have just used regular snips when I redid that connector, but I didn't. I used the cutting jaws on that stripper, and then I proceeded to pinch the crud out of myself and give myself a blood blister. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you need more cable, let me know because I believe I have a set. I believe I have a set of spares, Evil Diesel. In fact, if it wasn't getting ready to torrentially rain, I would bring the other, or actually maybe tomorrow, later today or tomorrow, whatever, we can get together and either you can come over here and I can dig out the cable, or, well, my other point was I've got the other Mark III that you can take back and you can use that to start getting the mechanisms going. It's kind of where I was going with that. We're still waiting. The one thing to remember on your whatchamacallit, on your CB1 modules, they're very comparable to, I'll say, the first gen speed-wise of a Raspberry Pi 3 Bravo. So they're not Raspberry Pi 4 speeds, but woohoo! Okay, so you're coming over and we're going to work the dragster. Gotcha. We'll do upgrade. And we'll let this patch up. So all we're doing right now is we're patching up the base OS. That's all I wanted to do is get the base OS up to date. And then, like I said, then we'll install the things we need to do to install KIAUH, the Klipper install and update assistant helper. I don't know. It's KIAUH, KIAUH. So we'll get that installed. Once we have that installed, then we can start working on the rest, which will be flashing our Octopus controller board. And then we can also start flashing our SB2209 and getting that flashed. And speaking of which, I guess yeah, this is one of the longest parts of doing this is just getting the initial install done. Okay, so that's done. So now the next step is I'm going to pull up the KIAUH website. And you can just do KIAUH, KIAUH, space GitHub, and it'll pull it up. It's by TH33XITUS, but it talks about the prerequisites, how to install your base OS, and then I'll have some commands that you can just copy and paste as far as getting things in line. So we need to start off by installing Git. And so Git is, the Git client is a standard client to use with GitHub-based repositories, and that will allow us to pull down and clone the KIAUH. Which is the next thing that we're going to do is go ahead and copy and paste the command to do just that. It's going to cd and then clone down the KIAUH packages. And then we're going to run a command dot slash. So the dot means run. And we're going to say slash KIAUH, KIAUH.sh. And if I spelled things right, yeah, it didn't like it. So let me actually copy and paste instead of trying to type and look sideways. There we go. So now we're going to start our KIAUH script, and everything is just, ones and zeros here. So we're brand new. As you see on the right-hand side, nothing's installed. So we want to go ahead and start installing things. So we'll say 1 to get into the install menu. Now it's going to ask for the BQ's password because it requires sudo commands. And now we're in and we get the opportunity to start installing things. And we want to install them in order. So 1 through whatever. So we're going to start by installing Klipper. So 1, enter. It's going to ask you which Python version you want to use. Use the recommended version. And it's going to ask you how many instances you want to set up. We want to set up 1 because we're not going to connect this to multiple printers. In my understanding, if we had said like 3, further steps down the road, it would understand that we installed 3 instances and it would install the 3 instances of Moonraker and so on and so forth. Because each one winds up being in a different folder on your drive. Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know you're still here, Subsector. Yeah, like I said, I started working on some things. I started getting frustrated on trying to do to solder up the LEDs for the stealth burner. And I was like, yep, nope, done. Done. Frustration level hit. And I already know I'm going to have to cut one of the JST connectors off of the CNC tap pre-made wire and then wire in those super teeny tiny ones that it uses. And so I know once again, don't do wiring when you're frustrated. Bad things happen when you do wiring when you're tired or frustrated. So I'm moving on. We're going to go ahead and get our Klipper install going. And you've done this before, right, Subsector? You've installed Klipper using KIAUH? You know, one of the other things that we could do as well, I don't think we're going to have any problem, but I could do a voltage test and make sure I'm getting a true 5 volts out of the RS-255. Not that I don't see a potentiometer pot on that. Nope, there is. So if I needed to, I could change that. Same thing with this one. I can check and see if I'm getting 24 volts out of it. And if not, we do have a potentiometer here that we can change and ensure that we're getting 24 volts out. So probably should have been something that I did before I started connecting everything up, but I haven't had a problem with them anyhow, so. Gotcha. Yeah, and like I said, Klipper's not too bad, but it'd be the same thing like if you were running Octoprint. You know, yes, you'd start off and you load up Octoprint, and you can do that directly from the Raspberry Pi imager. But once again, one of the first things that you'd want to do is update it, right? Before you start installing all the packages, this, that, and everything else, drop down into the base, Debian Linux OS and update it, right? Then go through and start installing everything. While I'm waiting, I'm just going to go ahead and loosen these up and just set my little 1 millimeter gap that I know I'm going to be able to put in here. It's not a huge gap. It's just like, oh, breath. Gotcha. But yeah, I definitely get that subsector, especially when you work day in and day out in the tech field. And then the last thing you want to do is come home and just kind of learn new stuff and learn new stuff. And because I'm kind of that way too. I feel like I've been getting burned out lately, and I'm just kind of like, eh. But folks, while this is going on and doing its thing, going to go ahead and throw some shout outs out here for Subsector. And she does stream. She hasn't been streaming as much lately just because, well, life. I think we all are familiar with that. We also got my sister from another mister, Westery One. She's actually working, I believe her Shield project is getting closer to at least being reassembled and put back together. And her bow, she was working on tightening the string, and then she'll be able to fire that again. And if she's doing well, she wants to do a photo shoot where she's actually shooting a 3D printed bow off of horseback, right? Ash Print, same thing. He does a stream as well. He does a lot of vinyl and stickers for people. So definitely go check him out and see all the stuff that he's working on. I'm trying to think, who else do we have in here that we can give a shout out to? Jerry 3DHP was here earlier. However, I think he should be well into his stream or done with his stream by now. Oh, gosh, I didn't realize it's 5 o'clock. We've been going at this for a while, huh? Well, thank you for the assistance. Okay, so our first install is done. Gotcha. Website stuff. Fun. So we've installed Klipper. Now we're going to install Moonraker. So we're going to go ahead and say to return. It's going to say, do you really want to install it? Yes. And it's going to go through and say, here's all the libraries it needs to install to do its thing. Let's go. Yes. Miss Dragon is taken off for the day. Well, not for the day. I took her to the train station this morning, which is why I started at 11 versus 10. And she is on her way up to, where was she going into tonight? She was going into Virginia, and she's going to be based in Virginia for a couple of days. And I think either Monday or Tuesday, they go up to the Capitol and actually meet with House representatives and Congress men and women to deal, she's doing some advocacy work is what it is, for early childhood special education as well as adults with disabilities. So her brother is I think he's actually late 40s now. He's like 46, 47. And he's been mentally handicapped his entire life. And so there's a lot of stuff that goes on through Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare for our folks with disabilities. And so she advocates for all sides of that equation. She is actually by training, a early childhood special education teacher with both a master's and a leadership certificate. So now that she's had a chance, she's taken some active role with advocacy for those things because we live in the state capital, right? So it makes it a little bit easier on her to do that. And it makes her happy. So yeah, she's out of town. I'm pretty sure I pick her up Tuesday. Ah, she just got off, and so she's in Alexandria, Virginia. Because, well, she got there just a few minutes ago. What was I getting ready to look for? Oh, I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday that she. No, Wednesday she comes back. Yeah, Wednesday. So she'll be back on Wednesday, and then in a couple of weeks, she's actually going to be taking off again and going to Colorado to spend some time with her mom to help her recover from a shoulder replacement surgery. So that's what I'm saying. You know, pretty much for the whole summer, I'm without adult supervision, which could be bad. Okay, so now we've got Klipper and we've got Moonraker installed. So next we would pick either mainsail or fluid for our web interface. I've started with mainsail, so I've got mainsail on all of my Klipperized printers. So I have no desire to even try fluid. So I'm just going to say, yep, let's go with mainsail. And this is asking if you want to install the specialized macros. You don't have to do this if you've already got them in your printer config, but for safety's sake, yeah, just go ahead and install them. And next up would be like, do you want to have Klipper screen? We're not going to use Klipper screen. We're going to use the standard, what is it, the Mini 12864 screen. We're not going to install Octoprint. I don't need Pretty G code or Telegram bot. I don't need my printer telling me through Telegram that it's doing something. Obico for Klipper. This is Obico is kind of like the new latest and greatest version of Spaghetti Detective, right? So they've got a version for Klipper now. It's not just a plugin for Octoprint anymore. I don't need that. I'm not going to do Octo anywhere, and I don't need Mobile Raker. I am going to install Crow's Nest, and what that will do is give me the ability down the road to plug in a USB camera and get a camera running. So I'm thinking about grabbing a few more of the Arducams that I used on the 0G and kind of doing the same similar mount on my Vorons so that I'll have camera views that I can monitor them. It came in handy when I was at Murph and the Mercury 1 was sitting over on KB3D's bench and I wasn't able to see it the whole time. Okay, sorry folks, I was going to say thought that was a weather alert. It's not. It's actually a Amber Alert. Oh, awesome, Pez. Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff previously sliced for several of my printers. I just need to start printing it. Did they come out with new toys, or have they just told you guys to start with the toys from the previous years? Do you want to add the update manager entry? I say yes. And this will allow you to have the ability to say update right from the mainsail interface. And it says, do you want to reboot? You don't have to reboot here. What I'll do is I'll say no for right now, which I think is the default. And from here, what I'll do is I'll say B for back. And you'll see now that it shows that Klipper's installed, where your repo's at, that Moonraker's installed, Mainsail's installed, and Crow's Nest is installed. So we're good there. We're going to go ahead and say quit. And I am going to go ahead and do that reboot. So which will kill that session, but that's okay. And as soon as we see it, the lights come up back down here, that'll tell me that it's searching the wireless again. It's going out to the web. Yep. So your team wants to print 1,500. So last year I sent them 3,200 toys, and that's not all that I had printed. There were several of them that I had printed, and like a lot of the cars. And for whatever reason, every time I'd try and put the wheels on, I'd snap an axle. So I just gave up and was like, I'll deal with these another time. But yeah, I had like 3,200 that I printed last year. I don't know if I'll do that many this year, but and what are we gonna do? I will flip the screen real fast over to Chrome, and you will see that we do have Mainsail. Mainsail is up, but it's saying printer is not ready. The reason the printer is not ready is there's no firmware on the board. So it doesn't know how to talk to the board, and it doesn't have a UUID, or not a UUID, but a port in order to talk to the board. That and the board's not physically connected at the moment. So we will go back to well, we got our web browser. We're done with Kaya, but we need to bring up the Big Tree Tech Octopus and firmware. We will probably need a generic config, but what I will probably do is start from the 2.4 and then adjust it from there. And I'm just looking at what we got here. So we've got a couple of different firmware types and whether or not we're connected over UART or USB. The easiest thing to do would be just to download that firmware and put it on an SD card and flash the Octopus board, or we can go and create our own, right? So this would be, of course, the USB connection, and then this would be the UART type connection. And I'm pretty sure I really want to build my own. But we do need to figure out which. Get a light on here so I can see. We got the F446. We got the F446 board. Sorry about that. So let me see. There's new toys, the old ones. You're going to try and do 1,500. You had one printer. You got a couple more printers now, right? You made Kevin put all the wheel. Yeah, they were a pain in the butt. Yeah, the Flexi Octopus, I don't know. I never had good luck getting the Flexi Octopuses done. So I did, chameleons, penguins, the dinosaurs. I did a ton of the dinosaurs. Um, several of the trains. The problem is the trains are long prints. The trains are longer prints. But yeah, I was doing like full plates on the Ender 5 and Ender 3 Max. So yeah, come back over to Putty. Let me restart my session. Log in as BQ, and I'm back in on Putty. Okay, and now we're going to build our own firmware. So we need to CD into the Klipper folder on our. So you're seeing the instructions I've puttied in. So let me actually switch you guys over to Putty so you can see what I'm doing. I go, I've puttied in, and you're like, huh? Yeah, and that's what I'm worried about too is the breakage. So I know there are some people that are doing like few numbers of walls, really sparse infill. And I'm like, I'd much rather have some infill because like I gave some of the Doom buggies from the Prusa Mark IV to my neighbor's kids, and they were already breaking parts off of it within the first hour. And so it's just, you don't know what age the kids are that are getting it. And, we're rough on toys when we're young. So, yeah. So you can see my putty screen. So what I did was I CD'd into Klipper. So my working directory is Klipper right now. And from there, we're going to, I'll just show you what we got. We're going to do the, make menu config. And that's going to get us into the Klipper menu setup system. And then we're going to follow the directions for the Octopus board straight from the notes that are on the Big Tree Tech GitHub page for the Octopus. So we do want to enable the extra low-level configuration options. Our microcontroller is going to be the STEM32. Our processor model, like we said, we've got the F446. The bootloader offset is 32 kilobits, so that's good. The clock reference is 12 megahertz. Let me double check this real fast. Yeah, so it's 12 megahertz. Communications interface, we are going to connect to it via USB. So the USB is fine. So there are CAN bus options as well. But for now, we're going to start with the USB. Darn it. And I know there would be a way to do, CAN bus on this board. Like I said, I haven't done it before, so I'm going to have to look into that. The GPIO pins, looks like those are left plain, and we don't need to do anything else there. So with that, we're done. We'll hit Q to quit. Yes, to save that configuration. And then this is the first time we've done any make, so we can just do a make. And it will create a Klipper.bin file. Hey, K2 Kevin, how are you doing? Glad you're in here today and joining us. So Fix'em Dude didn't get into the list of toys this year. Too late. Okay. I understand. They have to have some type of cutoff because they've got to vet and validate all of the toys. Okay, so that's done now, and there's a couple of ways that we can do this. And the way I've always done it is just SD card firmware install. So we do have to get another micro SD card, which I've got one that is I use specifically to do my firmware updates. What I do with it though? Oh no, I just had it. What I do with it? Oh, this will work. Yeah, you don't need a big one. Like this is 128 meg, not 128 gig, but just 128 meg. Oh, and the other one was right here. So what I'm going to do is insert one of them in my Mac because I need to run an extra cord to bring up another USB connection from the brain is not working well at the moment. So what you could do is you would use FileZilla, WinSCP, or some other tool to log into your host and in this case, since I'm doing it on my Mac, I'm going to use FileZilla. And I'm going to connect over there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy down the file that we just created. So when you log in through your WinSCP app or whatever, you'll come into the user's home directory, in this case BQ. We'll need to go into the Klipper folder and go into the out folder. And then we'll scroll down and we're looking for the klipper.bin file. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab that and we're just going to move it over to a location on our local host. So I'm just going to create a new directory, or at least I thought I was creating a new directory, and apparently there's already one there by that name. But anyhow, I'll just drop the config over. And then we can take that file and put it onto that SD card. Now that file is called klipper.bin, and you need to change it from klipper.bin to firmware.bin. So go ahead and change the file name. Eject your SD card. Ah, okay, cool. Hey, Major Gamer Geek, how are you doing? Okay, cool subsector. Enjoy. I will probably be calling this here shortly myself. Now, one of the things that we need to do is we need to install the SD card into the board and restart the board, right? I do not like plugging in SD cards into a board that is powered on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the shutdown to our Raspberry Pi. So that's going to be sudo shutdown now, and that's going to shut down. We're going to give it a couple of seconds. So that this can finish writing, and then we're going to power off the printer. We're going to wait for all the lights to go down because capacitors need to discharge and stuff. And then I'm going to take my SD card that I just created and insert it in my board. Now the other thing I need to do is I also need to plug my board in. So a USB-C cable between the board and the Raspberry Pi. Oh, come on. Being such pain. And this is just temporary. I'll clean this up because I'm going to use this to do various flashing operations here, and then as we move through this. In fact, I might have to buy some more USB-C cables. So now that we have that back installed, I do want to make one other check on the board, and I'm just checking my jumpers to make sure that there's a jumper right here, and I need to figure out if that is jumpered for 5-volt power through the USB, or if that needs to be there to power from the main power. It'll pull it one way or the other. It's just whether or not it likes it in that manner or not. Oops, where am I at here? I think I have the octopus board. Okay, and I believe we're good. That would only be needed for USB power. So with that, we're going to go ahead and power the printer back on. Give everything a second to come back up. Okay. Looks like things are back up. We do have a blue light down here, so it is reading. No idea what that status light is, but so we've got that back installed. We're going to come back to our putty session and log back in. So we're going to just restart our putty session. Log back in is BQBQ. And I will change the password a little bit later, so don't worry about that. And we'll be able to run this command, this ls dev serial by ID command. What that's going to do is list out any serial IDs. And so we now have the serial port, per se, of our USB connection to our octopus board. So we'll need that to set up our configuration for this board in Klipper on a Raspberry Pi. So I'll say one of the easiest ways that I can do this change my web browser back over to and we'll say try again. Klipper's erroring out because it's unable to connect. And that's going to be because even though we've got our base files here, we have a base printer config, there's nothing there. Like there's literally nothing there. So what we would need to do is bring in a configuration to get started. And that's where we could start by bringing a default config in from just the generic board config. Or we can bring it in from somewhere else. So what we'll do is we will grab the generic board config. We come over here, firmware, Klipper, images. Which config is this? Yeah, we don't have a Pro. We've got a regular Octopus. So this would be the generic config that they have. And I'll be quite honest with you. I don't like the way it's set up. So that's where what I'm going to do is come over here and go to, oh, where's that? Dragon. And by the way, you guys may notice I now have a serial number. I have 5,709 for Dragon. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to sneak over here because this is using the same board. And I'm going to come to the printer.config, do a Control A, Control C, come over here, Control A, Control V to paste it, and I now have an initial setup that we need to do a lot of changes to before we really get started here. So one of the things we're going to look at is, of course, change the name. We have decided that this is going to be Iron Dragon. So we'll get that changed. And this is a Trident, not a 2.4. And Big Tree Tech Octopus 1.1 with 2209s, CW2 with Big Tree Tech SB2209 CAN bus, physical in stops on X and Y, tap connected to the 4-pin in stop of PB5 at 5 volts, and a Canova 120 volt, 500 watt silicone heater. All that's the same between the 2.4 and this, right? I tend to put this up here. These are notes to myself just to help me understand quickly when I go in what this thing is set up as, right? It's going to ask for the MCU serial ID. This is where we need to go back to PuTTY and we'll grab that USB serial ID out of PuTTY. And we'll come here and we'll start at the USB. And paste that in. Okay. Now we'll have another MCU here for our 2209. We do not have that installed yet. So I'm simply going to, well, we'll get there shortly. We'll get there shortly. We're going to continue to work our way through. Okay. This is the correct path as far as it used to be just ~/G codes. Now it's ~/printer data G codes. So that's correct. Exclude object will allow us to, if we have multiple objects on the print and we sent multiple object identification with our G code, this will allow us to stop printing a specific one if it fails, but still continue with the full plate. Display status, blah, blah, blah. This is all normal. These are the include files, so we will also have to pull over our macros, the adaptive mesh, and the line purge, stealth burner LEDs, and we won't worry about the include config backup yet. That's something I'll have to do a lot of manual stuff for. So we'll just comment that out. But we will have to move these over, which is no big deal. Because they're literally going to be copy paste over. Our kinematics, it is a Core XY. These may change a little bit after we do input shaper. The ADXL will be part of the SB2209 toolhead board. The resonance tester information just says where to go when it does the probe and to use the ADXL chip. So our stepper settings for X and Y should be the same. Because they're using the exact same motors and the exact same configuration as the Voron is. Okay. So the in-stop pin will be on the SB2209, which hasn't been flashed yet, so we will get some errors. 300 is the max position and the in-stop position. This should all be the same. The A stepper, which is the right stepper, connected to motor 1. This would be our Y stepper. We want to make sure it's configured by default that it's connected to diag 1. So I need to check that real fast. Oh, I need my pin. Sorry about this, but like I said, these are very, very tiny. So I connected to this port, which is diag 5. So what I need to do is just move this up one port, and that in stop will be in the right location. Okay, done. So the Y is set correctly, and really it's Y min, Y max, X min, X max. So that's why we made sure we put it in the Y max. So all of our step dir pins and everything should be the same. The end stop pin is PG9, which that is correct, and the same as the other printer. The nice thing here is this is the standard Voron config pattern. So, okay, I'm a 300. If I was a 350, I would just comment these out, comment these lines out and uncomment the other lines. It makes life so much easier. So Z is where we may get a little interesting. So we're going to have to do some changes here. So front left is Z0. That is correct. So that's going to be the same. Boom, 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 boom. All of this information should be the same because we're going to have the same exact setup. Position max was set at 280, which is for the 300 build. We can double check that if we need to. Position min would be -5. Homing speed and the TMC driver information would be the same. Z1, this says rear left. We're going to change this to just rear center. And we are connected on the rear center to motor 3. And our node is connected to motor 3. So all of this information should be the same. The next one, this is actually front right instead of rear right. Front right. Connected to motor 4. Rotation distance, microsteps, everything is going to be the same. Then we won't have this next motor. So all we're going to do is just comment these lines out. Okay. Our extruder is going to be exactly the same because it's the exact same extruder that we're using over on the other side. And we'll check our rotation distance when we get there. All that information should be the same. Once again, we're calling out that the pins are on the SB2209 board that we'll have to configure next. The heater bed, we're going to just double check a couple of things here. The heater pin is PA3, so that is the connection that we went into, and which is the HE1 that we configured and installed right here. So that is correct. So we put it in the same place we did it the last time. So this is what will trigger the SSR. And our bed thermistor is TB0, which is this pin right here. So that is the same. So our sensor pin would be the same, and it's a 3950, so generic 3950. We will PID tune that to get a new PID tune. Our probe is going to be set for the SB2209 PB5. So remember that. We'll have to double check that because we are going to use a different install manual this time than I did on the other one. We're going to leave all of our offsets at 0 because we're using the physical nozzle as the probe. Z offset, of course, will get changed when we do our probe calibration. This activate G code here is required for tap, and it just ensures that the hot end temperature is under 150, and that's so you do not damage your PEI sheets. So this is just a straight copy and paste. It has to be there for tap. On our fan controls, the print cooling fan is actually going to be PA1 on the SB2209. The hot end fan is going to be PA0 on the 2209. Yeah, I'm going to run through this config and probably call it quits for the day. Like I said, the next step would be to, yep, still going, Miss Dragon. The next step will be to flash the firmware on the SB2209, which it's up to you guys. We could flash that tonight or not. And you'll notice here that we'll have a controller fan 1 and a controller fan 2. These are going to be the two fans that get mounted on the skirt. And they actually get mounted on the other side down here by the controller board. And they're going to plug in directly into fan 2 and fan 3. Okay, so that's nice. So I'm just going to bypass the two fans that would normally be used for the hot end. And I'm just going to plug those each individually into fan 2 and fan 3. That way I don't have to cut any wires, and I can just, all I got to do is zip tie them together. The heater fan exhaust fan, this particular fan is going to be for the Nevermore. So I still need to print out the Nevermore and build that so that we can add that before we add in our panels, because it'd just be easier. We'll have the temperature sensor for our Raspberry Pi, the temperature sensor for the Octopus itself, and then a temperature sensor on the EBB SB2209. LED controls, we don't have these set. This is for the port on the Octopus board. Instead, we're going to have those configured in the Stealth Burner lighting to be tagged to the SB2209. Homing and gantry adjustment. This is where we'll need to make some changes. So we've got the idle timeout, good. We've got Z safe homing, good. We're not going to use quad gantry level because we're on a Trident, not a 2.4. So this is the piece that we'll have to pull over from the Trident configs. And we'll go and pull that from the Voron firmware. And give me 1 second, because I've got that over on the Mac. So all these printers, Trident firmware. Yeah, it still uses Z-tilt, but it's a different setup than this, because this is, well, it uses Z-tilt, not quad gantry. So after I save this file, I will copy and paste from the other computer, and we'll get that taken care of. Speeds, that'll be good. Bed mesh, that should be perfect, because it's the same size printer, same size bed. Our board pins will need to be there. Display should all be the same. We just need to, of course, get the display and install it. So yeah, all that should be good. And we can keep these defaults for now. Well, these defaults. So these are the settings off of the other printer. So we'll keep the PIDs here. Once we get this up and running, we'll run PIDs, and that will update these figures. We'll run a new probe calibrate and get our Z offset done. We'll get a bed mesh, of course, the first time we do a bed mesh. So all of this will automatically update. The input shaper, we can leave it this way for now, and we'll rerun input shaper on Tuesday. So we're good. I'm going to go ahead and do a save and restart. It's still going to fail and throw errors because it can't find certain things. It's no big deal. I'll download and upload those from the other side. So we need macros. Adaptive mesh. Line purge. Self burner. And then we're just going to come over here and we're going to upload some files. I think I can just grab them all and upload them in one shot. Yep. So that'll bring things in. The adaptive mesh, I don't think I've changed anything in here in the adaptive mesh, like none of it. So that one should be good to go. The line purge, we have to rename these to make them those should be good. Macros we may have to futz with. Yeah, I'm renaming them without the one. So our macros, we've got our G32. And so this would call quad gantry level. We actually need to change this to Z-tilt. Z-tilt adjust. So do a home, Z-tilt adjust, home again. Goes to the center. This is where it goes when a print's canceled. Print start will be the same. When you're doing the adaptive mesh, one thing that I've realized is you've got to have the bed mesh clear before you do a bed mesh calibrate. Otherwise, it will mesh the entire bed. I'm going to get rid of that because it doesn't need to be there anymore. Macro for the print end, which should still be good because it's the same size bed. Z up, Z down. This lets you get finer adjustments in your display and on your on your display. Full limit load and unload macros should be the same. Everything should be the same there. We're going to save that and close. And there's one more, our stealth burner LEDs. So there's one thing that you need to change in here normally, and it's the pin. So normally it's telling you to go to the pin on the board, and we're telling it to go to the pin out on the SB2209. So that would be the thing that you would have to change in this file in order to activate it, right? And then otherwise add the include. So all of those are good. I do still need to copy and paste that Z-tilt adjust info over, so give me a second. Copy that there, go here, go here. Okay, and then I copied that information over. Sorry about the desk scroll, folks. I copied that Z-tilt information over. So you'll now see that we have Z-tilt. And it says use Z-tilt adjust to level the bed. And then the Z-tilt locations is the location of the tool head itself, right? And so for a 300 build, what we need to do is just uncomment these sections here. And we may need to change these a bit, okay? And the reason I say that is, when we run it, we may come back and fine tune these. And the reason I say that is because we're using tap. So we're probing with the nozzle, not the standard probe position. So we may be able to move like some of the coordinates further back or further to a side or something. So I just wanted to mention that, and we'll have to keep an eye on that when we go to do our initial Z-tilt adjust run. Okay. Hey, Papa Bear AZ, how are you doing? So with that said, now that we've made all of the changes, I'm going to hit save and restart and see what we get now. We should get an error. Max adjust is not valid in section Z-tilt. Okay, that wasn't the error I was expecting. Desk roll. So that was max adjust error what? Is not valid in section Z-tilt. Okay, so we're going to just comment that out for now, right? And save and restart and see what we get. So it should fail because it should see the octopus board, but it shouldn't be able to see the SB2209 because we haven't done that part yet. Okay. And what I'm going to do is it's going to sit here and keep retrying, and it'll eventually die out. But I'm good with it doing that. I think right now we're good. It should fail out because it can't talk to one of the MCUs. And unfortunately, if I comment out the MCU line for the SB2209, I basically have to do a whole lot of comment, uncomment to get it to come back up right now. So I think we're good for the day. Let me go ahead and switch screens. Hey, Ian Douglas, how are you doing today? So interestingly enough, we have been working on the Voron. We hit a couple of snags, namely, I printed out the wrong parts for the fans. So I'm reprinting those out. They're getting close to being done, but then of course I'll have to let them cool. And then I can get those installed. And probably what I'm going to do off stream, folks, is I'll get that installed. And then I'll work on any wiring that I need to do to get the stealth burner fully mocked up. Because I'm telling you right now, trying to crimp. Let me get. Oh, that's nice. Give me 1 second and I'll show you guys what I'm up against. There we go. So trying to crimp these tiny JST connectors are a major, major pain in the butt. And if I couldn't do soldering for the LEDs, crimping these on stream right now would just put me over the edge. So I will recrimp those, or not recrimp those, but I will go through it and figure out wire lengths and do any crimping that I need to off stream, so that when we start back up on Tuesday, we'll just need to, I'll probably install the fans and just have those in place, but we'll build the display and we'll do stuff that we need to do on the tool head. And then we'll get, we'll finish making sure everything's good software wise, and we'll get movement on Tuesday evening. Okay. There's a part of me that really badly wants to stream tomorrow and just do it tomorrow, but I'm not going to do that to myself because I need the rest, and I've got a couple other things I need to work on. But we'll build our fan shrouds and get those installed off stream because it's easy enough. I'll order the screen and the LED lights and get those fast tracked over here. Exactly. And there's a reason that I'm wearing this shirt today. This is the dedicated wiring day shirt. But what I'm going to do right now, should be able to get this up without that cable getting in the way. So we'll pick it up and turn around. And so I did have this mocked up yesterday with everything basically sitting in here with screws on it, so that you could kind of see the mock-up. I'm going to try and get these out of the way. So that goes there, this goes there. We'll put the front on. Now we did get the Nomi. Thanks guys. Let me fix my. So we did get the Nomi in, We still need to build this out. That was one of the things that I was going to work on, but I wanted to get the electronics and the software done. So once again, I will get things in place and get the wiring done. And then I will take this back apart into the pieces so that we can go through and do the assembly. Like I said, it'll just be easier to do the crimping and stuff off stream and make things go a little bit faster. Hey, Westery, you're still here. You're still here. This is not done yet. We still have wires flailing around here and stuff. But we'll work on getting this wiring done. Like I said, this is the cable for the tap sensor. If I can get the darn thing out of the back. And I need to do this size crimps on this side, which means I'll de-pin it and cut them as close as I can to the ends. And then I'll have to re-crimp these with the really small, tiny things. And then that'll give me the ability to get this installed as well. And I need to make sure I pin it out in the right order. You were streaming. Is Shannon still on Westery One? Because we're about ready to raid out. I'm a bit exhausted right now, so I'm getting ready to raid out. Yeah. And if she's on, we can jump over to Shannon. I just don't know if she's on still or not. Okay, so Major Gamer Geek. The LDO motors work for any Trident variant. Well, excuse me, not variant. Any of the 3-core Tridents. So the Trident build is either 250 by 250, 300 by 300, or 350 by 350. But it's always, 250 in the Z. It's the same size lead screws on all three. It's just a bigger bed size. Now the LDO motors kit, if I remember right, is a true 300 cube, but they send a separate set of, a different set of Z motors for those. Okay, you guys will be back on at about 8 o'clock. Great. I'm not staying on till 8 o'clock. I'm sorry. I'm getting worn down and I need to get some food in me. Miss Dragon is going to start texting me soon, yelling at me because I'm still streaming. Oh my God, she's going to reprint the Pittsburgh Iron Man and the rescue suits. Now, is that just due to like wear and tear on the original suits? Or is she going to switch them up to a different, like for the Pittsburgh Iron Man, is she going to do a different Mark version? You should be working on one of the 2 shields that you're printing, right? Teasing you. Okay, folks. I need to see who is on that we can jump over to. Oh, you are kidding me. The Jerry 3D is still on? Crazy. I'm checking him out and I'm getting ads because apparently I follow, but I'm not subscribed to him. So we'll give it a second. It looks like he only has 15 people on right now. But I haven't raided into Jerry 3D in a while. He's normally one of my go-tos on Saturday because a lot of people aren't on when I'm done on Saturdays. And he's got this good talk channel, so some good 3D printing chat going on. But I do want to check, is there anything else that, yeah, I'm seriously thinking about doing it, Ian Douglas, on the Twitch Turbo. I was looking at it last night. Yeah, so I've got a couple of projects going on. As I mentioned earlier, I'm seriously thinking about printing a full Galactic Armory armor set. And so I decided I was going to do it in ABS versus PLA because it'll be easier to sand and stuff like that. And so, yeah, exactly. And so I ordered like 5 spools of gray ABS because gray becomes a good layer for just about anything as far as primer and filler and stuff. And I decided I wanted to do it with ABS, and I should be able to print everything out on either one of the Vorons and the 0Gs, so I might be able to get all 3 of them working at the same time printing stuff. And that would leave the large 0G downstairs to be doing PLA stuff, which could be other helmets, or it could be Toys for Tots, things of that nature. So, yeah. But with that, guys and gals, everybody, thank you all for being here and joining me again. Thank you for joining me on an extremely long stream. We've been going for at least 7.5 hours, and we had 2 disconnects early in the stream. So it may have broken this up into multiple streams, but I am seeing a 7.5 hour recording, which means it's going to be too large to upload. So it will be a broken recording in Twitch, and I may just upload the whole thing into YouTube afterwards. So it'll be a single video in YouTube. But thanks everybody for being here. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all so much for early in the stream for all of the gift subs and the bits. We did have a hype train, a level 3 hype train that we got about 55% of the way through. Today we had, I believe, 11 different gift subs and over 1,500 bits that were cheered today. So thank you all so much for that. That really helps both offset some of the costs for these builds, as well as, potentially giving me some resources to buy another camera that will get mounted up there for a, downward bench view that we'll be able to get up on the stream hopefully soon as well. So thank you all so much. I'm going to go ahead and set up a raid out to Jerry 3DHP and all that he has with him today. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all that you did today. And we will see you all again Tuesday night at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And hopefully this thing will be pushing plastic. All right. Thanks a lot, all. See you later. Bye now.